Wrong mode. I gotta reset up everything. Okay, I'm coming online. I know. I skipped a few days. Gotta make sure my green screen's back on. All the good stuff. I thought I'll do a little bit of a content planning session here today. Well, I say that, but it's probably all of the above. Not just planning the content, but more so planning life, I guess. Hey, Void. Oh, sorry. I didn't turn on the Berry Folk yet. Give me a sec. It's coming on. Okay, it's live now. Test. Hey, Void. You can get your first again. I've been planning some interesting weekly... Oh, yeah, no. The AC, you know, they were supposed to come in, but they were like, oh, sorry, didn't finish. So they're finishing up today. And then they're coming in tomorrow. So I waited all day for nothing. It's very annoying. Very annoying. But it's okay. They're promising some sort of AC being turned on tonight. So we'll see how true that is. Otherwise, I was just saying that I'm working on some contents here. I thought it would be fun to do some sort of like Veritasium-esque like history of, you know, the technology behind like game development and stuff like that. I was researching some of them and I can't tell which one is really interesting and which one isn't. Because some of the tech I was reading about, I was like, I know this. Everybody knows this, right? But then, like, I'm a little bit biased. So I don't know how many people knows all these things. I got few things that I thought might be interesting as a title. And then as an actual content, see if it's any fun. So I wanted to check with people today to see where everybody lands on this. The green screen needs a little bit more adjustment here. Oh, my face is... Okay, hold on. I think I could do this, right? Something like that. And then gotta make sure I get the right color. So I'll do... Hold on. Like that. Why is it so, like, only one side is, like, very highlighted? Might have to pull it back a little bit. This is always a little bit of a hassle. Okay, I'm going to choose a color like this. And then lower the similarity a little bit. I find this disturbing. I mean, I don't think I have any green on my body, so I don't know why it's, like, so confused. This, like, range is always a little bit tricky. Hindsight, I should have done this. I should have definitely done this on my own time, but let me increase the light. Maybe that'll help. And then I'll cover the rest with this, maybe like that. And then reselect the color. Something like that. And then similarity. I guess I have some green in my skin. I didn't know. But apparently so. I'm gonna have to wash myself out, apparently. It's annoying that I have to do this adjustment every time, though. That's a little bit better. Do it like that. I think... What if I just do green? Is that gonna not work at all? Uh, Can't tell if it has a limiter or not. Feels a little bit better. Hold on. Maybe make it go over there a little more. There you go. Ugh. Okay. Hopefully, I think this is a little better. It's hard to tell. Sorry, everyone. Setup is always a little bit tricky. Okay, I think my body's not blending. That's good. I think we're here. So that's good. And that means we want to lower the... Oh. Cancel. Lower the setting for... Well, do I change the aperture? I suppose I could bring the aperture down for less light. That might be better. Ooh, and then now I am in opacity again. Perhaps wearing a white color was not not the best idea. But it's okay, we can figure this out. Filter. There's always something with these things. Okay. Okay, maybe that's better. There's a little bit of green on the bottom corner, but I don't think it can be helped too much. Whoo-wee. All right. Let's see. That looks okay, right? You can get started, maybe. Move things around a little bit. How's my volume? I guess that's another thing I should probably worry about a little bit. Hopefully my volume's okay. I adjusted it so that the mic distance is a proper voice acting distance, actually, with a one single pen distance. And then instead of all these other things, I'm just increasing the gain, which also means is that it's susceptible for some noise. Hey, Saad. Saad says, yo, what are you making? Good volume, don't worry. Yeah, thank you. I gotta put some music in the background. Usually we do game dev content during live session. And we have been working on our little simulation. We have actually also worked on our Dread on Arrival, our spacefaring adventure / tactics game. And that's been fun. Because we were working on this like shader effect for the little spacey thing. And for our little space thing, you know, I'm starting to learn / apply my brain towards thinking in graphs, because naturally that's what shaders require. Because remember, right here. Oh, that's a little bit of a problem. So we have a shader here for the grid, which I think I was able to do one of these things where we have this like squiggly effect that gets more and more squiggly throughout the map. So the idea is, as the time goes on, this will move on, like this will move up to cover more area. One thing that I am noticing is that the percentage coverage is sensitive to zoom because we're doing screen capture. So I kind of want to test that and see if that's actually true or not real quick. But the Yeah. Okay, I guess that's okay. Oh, it is doing that. Look. You see how when I'm moving my a screen, depending on where I'm looking at, different amount of the grid is being impacted. Because this is a screen, what do you call? This is a screen texture that the shader is being applied to. Very annoying. I wonder if there's a way to avoid this at all. Sa says, what were the results in the game jam? Which game jam? The game jam for the... Are we talking about the GMTK? I mean, I didn't win. That's for sure. Well, didn't win as in, like, I wasn't in the top 100. But we got to play a lot of people's good game. That was actually in the top, so... It wasn't terrible. But, you know, very usual. Definitely need to focus on making more playable, simple game and simple mechanic that's strongly tied to the theme. Because from reviewing all the games from the game jam at the time, that's one thing that we definitely learned. But yeah, let me take a look at this real quick. Because this one is definitely applying it to the screen instead of the grid itself. And the grid, let's see. Because we're using screen texture instead. Sa says, mine was kind of bad. Oh, it's okay. You know, we all start from somewhere. That's where we learn. I think the most important part is figuring out what to change and how to learn from it. But this is annoying. If we're fixing the screen texture, then it'll be okay. But this definitely... It's grabbing whatever is on the screen underneath, and then it's doing the manipulation, I think. Which is to say, I wonder... Because, as you can see, this is like definitely... There's like a little droplet center here. And that never moves. We'll have to see. I wonder if the alternate way to do it is to create a texture version of this and then apply it as a texture shader instead of doing it on the screen. That's probably the way to do it. But it's okay. We got it. Let's see. I still haven't done everything I need to do. I gotta make my announcement here. Stream viewer. Live now. Twitch. Here. And then YouTube. You know, anyways, I was saying I want to do some content planning because I am interested in shader. There's something interesting about the math of the shader. So I wanted to do something about the shader logic. And then there are other interesting, like, technical algorithms that I've been familiarizing myself, aka goal-oriented action planning, behavior tree. You know, in the past we did some like A-star stuff. So I think there are a lot of things we can probably share that I have been learning. Look at this one. In an entertaining, explaining history kind of way. And we'll see how that goes. So we'll try to get a measurement of kind of interest level today from people and see if there are better topics or not. I'm still adjusting the screen, sorry. I'm gonna move the chat window down. Maybe like this? No, Maybe it should be over. I think this is okay. Chat window being on my chest is not a bad thing, I think. My face is huge, but I think we were okay with that. Saad says, that was my first jam. I used 3 game engine first. Godot, then Unity, then Game Maker, the same game in 3 engine. Oh, you made same game in 3 engine? That could be a fun video. I will watch that. See how your experience was. But yeah. We had this thing, which was a goal-oriented action planning. One thing that I do want to make and have been obsessed with was a procedural narrative, which I don't know how it's going to work, but there's a dream in my head somewhere. So yeah, there are several things that we're kind of navigating through right now, hoping that it'll work eventually. But yeah, I figure a video like 10 shaders that makes your car game stand out might work well, because my biggest video is deck builder tutorial and it's kind of on theme with it. And I'm curious about how they made all those little like card shaders, the fusing and then the little wavy and then the little 3D thing. So I kind of want to do that too. But Saw says your face IRL. What about my face IRL? It's right here. Oh, there's a little corner that's not being deleted. Balatro card, #1 Balatro card tilt. Oh, right. Card tilt from Balatro is something we need. Hey, Mikori. I'm gonna flip it again because there was one corner that I couldn't hide. But here are some topics. See if any of these things ring out as curiosity. I'm giant, yeah. Is it actually that big? I mean, rule of the third. Here, how about this? I'll go smaller. Boom. Right on my chin. Chinny chin chin. This, like, hold on. I'm being a little bit obsessive right now. All right, so we got some topics that I've been collecting. Shadows are just another camera. Draw anything with 1 number. That's the vector graphic. Smoke that isn't fluid. Collisions without checking everything. I mean, this is more realistic. Online games are rewrite the past. About network differentiating, network strategy for network games. This one, I think this is a Monte Carlo. So this is like the what do you call that? Monte Carlo simulation is based off of Markov chain. Saad says, no, bro, don't hide the truth. Your face is giant. Yes, my face is giant. There's no hiding it. I don't think I can hide it. The truth is too big. There's another one that I was thinking about, lighting a scene faster by doing it twice. And then millions of... I don't know. This one is not as strong. Like, conceptually, I need to do a lot more research on this one. And then another one that's about phasing frames in between. So those are some of the things that I'm working with. I'll probably make a vote in a bit once everything is set up. Before now, I kind of want to explore all the shaders that I could use for a card. Because I'm curious how they make it today. So let's make a card shader. Though I guess I could make it over on the deck builder plugin instead. Maybe it'll be different materials for each of the effect. Card effect. I mean. Saad says, I made some games you would like. Did you? What kind of game is it? What's the genre? You know, I like a lot of games, but I wouldn't say I'm easy to please. Oh, also, I gotta check my calendar, but that's later. So if we have, let's make a scene real quick. And then let's assume that's a card. People like making card into a control, but I don't know if I like that. And then I want to make some sprites here. And then we can do something here. Card image. And maybe this can be a canvas group. I do wonder, hold on. If I want to apply, well, we'll see. So first of all, I'm going to get a Bellustro card to work with. Yes, technically they are not my asset, so I don't know if I'm allowed to use it, but I think it'll make a good point. I suppose taking a Joker is probably not a bad idea. Let's see. The gameplay itself actually has like a really smooth outline. It seems like it's a vector card. But that's besides the point, I'm sure. Let's take a Bellustro Joker card. Saw it says one is a shooter and the other is totally peaceful platformer. Oh, I like totally peaceful platformer. You're right. I would like that. Unless we make our own version of this, actually. Because technically, this is not... Yeah. The image is not even right. But it's okay. We'll do this. Doesn't really seem like it's very smooth. Hopefully that's okay. This seems a little bit off, but I think we'll probably deal with this like that. Assuming Sa says make a card with your face in it. I mean, that's going to take a little bit of a long time, though. Okay, fine. I think we could at least design something that's half decent. We'll make a Godot card. Godot Joker. The font, I guess we could reuse the font here. We don't need to really reinvent the wheel on this. We gotta 50% it. Hold on. It's more like, I guess I'll have to copy it. Looks something like this. I mean, the text doesn't have to exactly match it. 1, 2, 3, like so. It's about like this, I think. Yeah. And then it goes down 1, 2, 3. Hold on. That's about 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then J hits like that. I do feel like this needs to be in a separate layer, though. Hindsight. I'm just making the Joker text. Sa says that's cursed. It really is. Let's go down here. And then I think, whoops, drawing on the wrong layer, as always. Something like that. That's what that J looks like. I'm doing what I can here. Really. It's not very easy to copy font this way, I have to admit. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do this shorter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm also scaling it down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which has its own effect. Yay, I got the JO. All right, Saad, bye. Thanks for stopping by. And then do this. The identicalness of the font itself doesn't really matter, but I'm trying to make a point here, I think. Because I do want to make sure we understand. Is that? There you go. And then E looks something like this. Is that a 2 or 3? 1, 2. It's hard to tell. 1, 2. Hold on. E is what we're looking for. We got 1, 2, and then we want this to come down like that. We want 2 gaps down here. 1, 2, 3. Like so. I think that's it. And then R looks something like that. It's definitely the kind of design that I wouldn't have made myself, I think. The way it's using the pixelation is a little bit off. I don't like having these like double-edged corner, like those hard corners. We'll see, we'll see. Okay, at least we got one side done. So we'll just simply make a copy of this and move it around. Two like that. Perhaps we could raise it too. Put it down. Make the card smaller, more rounded on the corners here. Rounded corner. Yeah. I think that looks okay. And we'll do a little Godot Joker in the center. I forgot to put on music in the background. Let's get that on there. You know what feels weird? It feels weird to have mic so far away. I'm so used to my mic being right in front of me that I feel like I'm not talking to anything. And now I am obsessively checking the volume as I do, making sure everything is correct. I have to increase the gain a little bit so that I don't have to speak up so much in order for me to be audible here. Okay. Anyways, we'll do a little Godot bot Joker here. What should that look like? New layer. Joker has this little hat thing with a little blue apron. I don't know what to call it. Doily thing. So we'll have to go with the theme. I think if I were to draw the outline, Godot Joker might look something like... It needs to have that supple cheek, right? So it'll look something like this, I think. Almost looks like Sans from Undertale. And then something like that. And then we'll copy half, delete the other half, flip it horizontally. Flip. Like that. Yeah. And then it's probably going to have a very flat blue color. And then give it this type of shading. That's what the other Joker did, right? And then, whoops. Gotta give it the little creepy eye. Wait, actually, I don't remember what Godot icons look like. Little spikes and a beady eye. Like that. Doesn't feel center. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Need to move it to the best left side. There you go. Lo-fi beats. Okay. Just turning on some music. Making sure that sounds okay. Nice. Okay. And then definitely want some sort of dark iris, I think. It does something like that, right? Mm-hmm. Mikuri with the watch streak. 3 stream. Wow. We got a real fan in the house. Thanks for the support, Mikuri. That's actually new, isn't it? I've been noticing people doing that more nowadays. Definitely a new feature by Twitch. Very cool. I think it goes all the way. So. I guess it could come down a little more before doing the turn. Does that seem okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. How's school/software development these days, Mikori? Are you still sticking with it? Is this something still you're gonna pursue? Job's been fun. all the oldies on this channel always scare people, being like, don't do it. Howdy, howdy. Who cares, YouTube? Welcome. Howdy, howdy. Welcome. All right. It's definitely missing the spikes on top, so we'll give the spikes here. Let's probably need something like, I don't know what the spikes are on top. Is this supposed to be just gear? These Godot bots on top is supposed to be a gear, right? It really makes no sense. But alas, we're not here to make sense, I think. I think that's already been concluded. Sense is our enemy, I suppose. Of course, that's still in it. Every other day, I guess, scared of anything I choose. Because I chose VFX. Then the writer's strike happened and lost job. Now doing software just for companies to not hire and use AI. Next up, I'll go for like welding, and by the time I'm done, there will be robot to weld. I feel like robot to weld is already there. But then, you know, it's not, once again, it's not replacing it completely. I don't know. Take a closer look. Don't be too scared. I don't know. I mean, I know there are a lot of mixed messages out there. People are like, oh yeah, this is like much better than human or whatever. But over and over again, I think the story is that it's not delivering on the promise too much. The things that are promising. It overpromised, I think. So I think you might be okay. All right, this little spikes on the head, it looks a little disturbing. Hold on. Let's see if I can lend a good shape here. Maybe that's better. Oh, it looks so silly. It's like a little nub. It's like, what are you doing out here? Chris says, want to start up that game studio soon and hire me? Hey, I wish I would hire all of you right now. But alas, you know. And this is why it helps a lot to start with money. Because, like, if I come from a family that already is well-to-do, then I think starting a business like that out of idea is definitely less of a risk. It gives you more opportunity, you know? That's how it be. That's how it be. But you know what also doesn't help? The crying about unfairness and difficulty and not doing anything about it. So we'll complain a little bit, but we'll also be very active on making ourselves work. Watermelon, hello, Watermelon. Of says, but yeah, apart from the jokes, main thing is just group mates that don't really communicate or talk and been sick, but slowly getting better. Oh, that sucks. You know, the joke is that people say part of what you learn in a group project is dealing with people who don't do the work as much. that is part of the lesson, apparently. So you're getting your lessons worth, if that makes you feel any better. Because is part of, in quotes, feels like that's the entire part. Yeah. It does suck. It does suck. I'm not gonna lie. I had my fair share of that type of experience back in school. Not really sure. The three-dimensionality of this shape is a little bit wonky right now. The little nubs made it so that it doesn't feel like anything's happening here. I'll make it like this. How about that? Okay, that's a little bit better. Give a little bit of shading here. Then we'll take up a little bit of shading here. Do that. Yeah. Like so. Maybe one more down. There you go. Godot Joker. I mean, I don't want to overcomplicate it. I think this does the job, right? I suppose this needs to be darker too. Technically. Like that. A bit darker there. Yeah. And then, let's see, we'll do a little bit of like a gray border outline. Okay. We did it, guys. What's the point of making this? I did it because I wanted to create some card shaders and start making some materials and list. And I want to choose maybe like 10 or 7 top ones and then introduce it in a video. Could be fun one. 10 shaders you must implement in your card game. We're going for that viral approach, or not viral, but almost brain rot. But you know, listicle is kind of important. It helps. It helps people. Let's see. I just need to find where my stuffs are. Okay. Under Godot project, I think we have McCoy says, I did, on the other hand, find the app Frame Zero, which is so nice to make wireframes. Oh, for 3D? Of course, says you're going to do the card burn effect from Balatro too, right? Feels like that one's a given. I would love to get all the effect lists, because I got to be honest with you, I don't remember all of them. But if it is iconic, we have to have it. No doubt about that. I just need to find a folder that this project is in. What the heck? I always have trouble finding where things are. Excuse me. This is under Godot Deck Builder plugin. Okay. So we'll save the card image under Deck Builder plugin. We'll call it sample card image. And then we're going to use that. Export this. Boom. And then we'll use that for now. And then we're going to start assigning a bunch of materials to it. We'll create a bunch of materials that'll help, hopefully. Let's say this filtering is nearest. Yeah. Okay. McCurry says 2D wireframe for like websites. Oh, I see. Oh, that's pretty cool. All right. Balatro burn effect. Like the burn away effect. I think that's the noise minus noise masking. But we'll see. Let's see. Balatro card effects. What they look like. Card animation, card animations. Hey, somebody already did that. I could recreate Balatro's effect on Godot. Very cool, very cool. I mean, at least it has all the... Ooh, look at that burn effect. That's pretty cool. That movement, that's pretty sick. Oh, they're using the... Okay, well, I guess I should do that too. A little bit of copy here that I'm doing. That's pretty cool, though. There's a perspective one, which I think I've actually copied before, the perspective kind. I would love to explain the math behind it, though. So, we'll see. But this is very cool. Oh, they are doing it via the tween. Little bounce. That's pretty cool. Shadow. Okay. So they're making the effect via a bunch of different things. Hey, 2D dissolve. You know what? I don't even actually have to implement anything. I just need to copy and paste and basically make a collection. But I'd love to see, though. Hold on. Balatro, card effect, animations. I want to see it from Balatro. How do I get a list of animations that exist? There are little swirlies, right? Little these swirly thing. And then there's like a little goo that's happening with the swirl. There's a card float. I guess we could do the card float too. Same thing. Godot shader. I mean, there could be a fun problem to solve in doing it like manually. But then again, we'll make a material card materials. And we'll create a bunch of different ones. Material number 1. McCree says there's a site that show like games menus and stuff. I don't know if they do animations. Could check. Oh, let's see what they got. Balatro. Menu. Doesn't really seem like they have animations. The hollow effect is kind of important, right? I want to do all those things. So we need the burn. We need the hollow effect. I think they have a lot of unique effects, so we'll see. New shader. Let's start with perspective. I don't know if you can combine those. Great. Oops. Okay. How does perspective work? First of all, in order for us to draw the perspective, we need more space here. Because right now, this is the boundary of the UV. So if you want to draw anything that's outside of this boundary, this is not going to work. I suppose, I don't know if I can do canvas group on this. I don't think it'll work. So let's give it a healthy margin on the texture itself. And see what happens with that if I do that. So I'll say sprite, canvas size. And then let's give it like, I don't know, 100 for now. Might not be a good idea, but let's try it with that one first. I do maybe like 15 on both. 15 like that. Yeah. Then it's going to have some gap here, which allows for some movement. And if we recall perspective, so for example, we do perspective on 2D. Should be pretty simple. Hey, this is a modified version of it. Sprite sheet. What does that mean? I'm kind of curious why it's modified. Derivative of the other one, instead of using animated sprite 2D, check out their work and form. Oh, I wonder what this is. 2D perspective here. Okay, this is the one that the other person used. Person on the canvas item, the shader works out of the box with node sprite and texture rect. As long as rect size equals the size of the texture. If this isn't the case, you can do the following change. I see. Does the vertice warping? Yeah, this one I think includes the skew. I don't know why this one is considered modified. The UV are calculated by the whole texture on the original shader as designed, which can make the perspective look incorrect when only viewing part of the whole sprite. Does not use the region option, or the effect will not work as expected. Test it with horizontal sprite sheet. Okay. Let's see what they look like here. I don't know if this is like obvious to me. I'm gonna copy and paste. Let's see what we get here. Okay. Not much going on. It's interesting that... Interesting. I mean, it's kind of working. Okay, inset is going to allow me to do those things. Not really sure what this is. I don't know why it's only doing half of it. We'll have to figure that out. Let's take a look at what it's doing. Creates rotation vertex. Actually, I never understood the vertex part of the... modifying the vertex part of the shader on 2D. Call backside of spirit. Spirit. Call the backside of a sprite. Okay, if call is true, p.z. What's the p here? P is vector 3, a varying vector 3. Not sure what that means, but it's not part of this. Mikori says spirit. Spirit Halloween strikes again. Yeah, exactly. But Halloween has passed. It is a unseasonal statement I have made, unfortunately. We're projecting it to 2D. I don't know what this callback means. How about we search some stuff? Here, we're going to be educating ourselves together. Callback. Not callback. Callback. Call back meaning in computer graphics. Backface calling. In computer graphics, callback is a command to discard or call polygons that are facing away from the viewer. I see. I see. If so it's trying... Okay. Not sure why that's required. Because there's not an element that will be facing away. So I'm not really sure. The backside of the spirit. Oh. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, okay. Okay, I see what's happening here. Do you see what's happening? This one, what's cool about this thing, I suppose, though I feel like it's unnecessary, is that it's considering the whole sprite as the front and the back. It's a wrapper. So, let's see. The canvas, I think, needs to be minus 15. Minus 15, first of all. And then we double it, for example. We're going to make this width double. And basically, we want to make a backing. And I suppose the backside could be like dark blue. Hello? I guess I should do it like this. Do a little dark blue pattern with some light blue outlines. So it's expecting back card backing image. So I'll do that. I'm going to create a little back of the card image. And for the little icons, we'll do something like some cute little icon. How about this? I don't know if this will work or not, but we'll do it. A mini Godot icon. Like that. And we'll just have this repeat. I don't know if we can fit this. We'll see. Something like that. It's not quite centered. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I guess it is centered now. Okay. And then we could just keep going. Suppose we could shift it by a little bit. Should we do it like that? Here. What is that? This creates, or thist creates? Thist creates says, yo, what's up? Are we working on your Godot card game tutorial series? Yeah, kind of. So for a new video idea, which by the way, people keep asking about my aim is fist, like the rock. Amethyst. Oh, amethyst like a rock. Okay, fist. Okay. Okay, well, the deck builder tutorial series, when I finished it or when I made it, I feel like I said that was the end of the series. Like the rest is up to everyone else to kind of do whatever they need to do with it. But it seems like there's still some expectation of or need for more. So I don't know. I might have to consider that. However, I mean, there are more stuff that I wanted to make, which is like, okay, well, that basic series is done. You know, a year later, here's a summary of it, like the power version of that tutorial, I suppose. When I say power, I mean like succinct version of the tutorial. So I guess that's something you could expect. But right now, I'm working on making shaders. Must-have shaders for Deck Builder in Godot. So yes, I guess in some sense, yes, I am making the Deck Builder tutorial series. Because it goes with it, I would think. What do you think? Do you think it goes with it? Fist? Hindsight, I should put the eyes first, huh? Oh, maybe it doesn't need the eyes. I think it looks good without it. All right. So right here, so the whole calling situation was so that when you rotate it back, wait, where's the, can we see the other side? I believe you should be able to look at the, yeah, like that. This is the back side and this is the front side. And the rotation allows you to kind of turn it around, which is pretty cool. Then inset here, that's fine. Fist creates says, yeah, I can see it. That's good. Yeah, so I think probably that's gonna do well. I do want to do it. FOV allows for basically how, like, you know, how deep the depth of the warp is. And then I think 90 is okay, probably. Callback means we're not drawing anything that's in the other side. Number of column decides. Okay, I see. That's how many textures are on the sprite. So basically, I'm stealing this shader straight up from the Godot shaders. And this is something I got from here. So let's make sure I take notes so I can make this video properly without stealing information. Card perspective warp. And then that one, I'll say we want it so that we can just kind of like put mouse pointer, right? In order to warp it around. I guess we need a tester, huh? So let's create a scene where we go card tester. And card tester would have a card scene on it, like so. And we're gonna make a canvas layer for UI, for testing all the effects. And basically, we'll center the card here real quick. I suppose we should do a separate folder real quick for now. Card shader. Or, yeah. Card shader collection. And then we'll put the card tester, card shader, and the sample PNG into the shader collection here real quick. Okay. So the idea is card tester would, well, the card itself, I think, should take in some sort of parameter that'll update the rotation. So we'll have export, and then it'll take the pointer. We could say var. But what if I want to make it warp based on something else other than touch? Wait, does Balatro card actually warp based on the touch? Do you know? Hey, Maestro. Or does it just kind of float around? I feel like that should be an option, right? Okay. I think so. Let's see. We have a sprite here. Oh, it's still so hot in here. Brains Up says, how to make Balatro. Oh, this is how you make it. You know what's funny about this one? This is my quote-unquote deck builder plugin. And I was making this as an example. I don't know if you remember. This was a few years ago. Or not a few years ago. A few months ago. Yeah, I made this where you can go, oh, here's a card. You can play a hand. And it tells me what they are. I can either discard. I was really bad at this, by the way. So you can make Blostro without the effect. It's like Web 1.0 Blostro. But I guess it's appropriate that we're in a place where we're trying to make the shader now. Kinexus says, hey, dang, hi. Kinexus says, hi. Says, haven't caught many of your recent streams, but I still wanted to come say hi. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. But yes, first is already claimed. We're all over the place these days. I'm just back at it because I'm back at focusing on content. So right now I'm doing one of these things. So I'm going to make a video on this, which I think will do well. I have other things. So, now that we have enough people, I think I can put this up for a vote. Meister says, what genre was your first game? RPG. Basically, I guess you could say CRPG. Point and click. I like point and click narrative games. So that was my first attempt. I'm still trying to release a full game right now, which is a little bit tricky because the one that I'm working on right now is like FTL, roguelike, Darkest Dungeon type of crew management game, which I'm taking a break from right now because of content. But yeah. Anyways. All right. This is a question for everyone, by the way. I need some involvement here. I'm sorry. I know if you're just lurking, I'm so sorry that I'm trying to get your attention here because this is important. I was looking at, I love watching stuff like How It's Made and like Veritasium. I don't know if you're familiar with Veritasium, the channel, where it talks about a lot of like physics and math stuff in a very fun way, where it's like you feel like you learn something, but at the same time, it's not like too crazy, but it's also not too generic. It's not like they're not skipping over the math. They actually talk about the math and all those things, which is really interesting. I was thinking like it would be cool to make some sort of like game dev or computer programming equivalent of that kind of program. So I was looking at different types of like life-changing or genre-changing techniques and algorithms in game dev space. And there are a few actually, and there are some interesting stuff. But at the same time, a lot of these are like already well known, I feel. But I don't know if that's like I'm biased because I know so much, or I've been in this space so much, or if it is actually that interesting or not interesting or whatever. So I need some ideas here. So I have a few things like there's outside of this list, there's a thing about binary space partitioning and how they made 3D games, completely different, which started from Doom. And of course, there are all these pathfinding stuff. There are AI related stuff, right? Which I kind of did, the GeoAP and behavior tree. I could make a better version of it. But at the same time, you guys have already seen it, so maybe it's not that good. And then you have these other topics. And I just want you to look at the title and see if any of them like pops out for you. Okay? Here it is. The one we have, shadows are just another camera. There's one that says draw anything with one number. Smoke that isn't fluid. This is smoke mechanic that doesn't actually simulate the fluid at all. We have collisions without checking everything. This is the optimization of collision via quadtree. Or octtree if you're in 3D space. Online game rewrite the past. I mean, these are tentative names, by the way. Which is about packet management and Delta packet for client and server side syncing. This one I think is Monte Carlo. Yeah, AI that wins by guessing, which is Monte Carlo plus Markov chain. We got the lighting one where it's using deferred lighting for doing lighting effect fast. And this is the particle simulation through GPU processing. And then this one is a looking forward collision detection. Because, you know, collision detection right now, what you can do is you can see if things are colliding within this current time frame. But then the question is, if current update plus next update, the collision would have happened in between those frames, in between those updates. How do you detect those? Fast-moving collision is a topic. I think those are kind of interesting. So those are some things that I'm working with right now. So it'd be interesting to see what you guys are thinking about. It's okay if you're not paying attention. If people are in the VOD watching this, I would love to hear some answers as well in the comments. All right, going back to the card. Okay, let me think about this real quick. So I want, right now, I do want the mouse to go over the card in order to change its shape. But I feel like this should be enable or disable type of thing, right? So we could say export var enable mouse or focus perspective, which is basically perspective based on, or perspective change if the thing is in focus, which will be, let's say, false for now. And essentially under process, which is an update, we want to make it so that if enable focus perspective is enabled, we got to make it so that the material of the card changes its parameter based on the mouse pointer. Relative mouse pointer position, I think. So the card image, I think, is at the center, 0, 0. So we could say card image material, and then we can get the, this is what, as shader material, and then do set shader parameter. And we're trying to set the shader parameter called xrot, x rotation, to some value between, I don't know, what is it? Negative 180 to 180, which I guess, oh, yeah, it's a X pivoted rotation. Interesting. Okay. And then Y rotation. Okay. I feel like it's named backwards, but it's okay. We'll manage it. Will be some number. And then Y variable will be some number as well. Okay. What are the numbers that we want to change it to? I think it's probably be limited somewhere. I think we should probably have rotation limit. Export var rotation limit, which will be vector 2. So we're going to have rotation limit in an X direction and Y direction. I would say probably four and 8 is a good limit. So we'll say vector 2, 4 and 8. And we'll rotate it based on the relative position from the center of the image. So we would say mouse local, or what is it? Local mouse, get local mouse position. Local relative to the card image, because card image is at the 0, 0. Well, I guess you could say card then too. Yeah, we could do that. And then this will be some sort of XY position. And we're going to do a diff on that with the card images position. Take note for me says, how's the day going? I'm doing well. Or take notes for me. I'm doing well. I am taking a lot of notes, that's for sure. So maybe this is a place for you. By the way, go buy my merch. No, you don't have to. But we got some cute merches out there. The merch link that I do not remember, actually. I should probably put it on the pinned. You know what? I'm going to do that right now. Pinned. Or actually, the merch... Does a merch link not happen automatically by the bot? I guess not. Boop. I need to go find my shop. I don't remember it. Is this it? Aha! It is it. Some mugs. Mugs and shirts. Look at that. Boop. Cozy Rogue MMO Balatro RPG. That's gonna be our next game. I should pin this. Boop. There you go. Sick. Okay. Take notes for me says, I want to try and learn something about coding, but it's probably above me. I just like seeing stuff be created. You know what? Same. I like seeing stuff being created. I like creating stuff. I'm sure you like that too. I can see that you like creating notes. Hey, that's something. Maybe you can make a game around notes. It doesn't really take too much to make games if you want to make games. Oh. Also, learning programming is not actually difficult. I blame mostly in the education method and overwhelming yourself. If you can't afford to make yourself not be overwhelmed, then that's how you do it. Okay, anyways. So the idea is when you are looking at the card, right? If my mouse is at the edge of this sprite, at the boundary of this sprite, which is kind of unfair because the sprite is double the size, so I'll have to make sure that the sprite size is accurately measured. So for example, I suppose I could say, let's do it this way. So some calculation, some basic calculation that happens automatically. So I could say func get card size or card size, which will be returning some vector 2. That is essentially card images size, or what is it? Width. Does it do width and height? Oh, it doesn't. How do I get texture size? Can I get the texture size? Get size. Oh, yes. Perfect. So we can do that, except remember the size that we're interested in is not just that. Card size will equal to this, where card size X is actually half of that because we're doubling it up. So what we're going to do here, mouse position, right? At the center. The most rotation happens when the mouse pointer is at the edge of the size, or slightly more, right? So I would say basically when the distance is at this point, I want it to max out. So when we take the difference between the local mouse position, the X and the Y of the mouse, relative to the center, right? That's what local mouse position does. We want that to whatever math it does, times divided by blah, 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 needs to equal to the maximum rotation limit. Rotation limit. Okay, I think I'm going to do this way because I'm trying to remind myself what the math is in order to do this. So at local mouse position, if local mouse position is at card size. Rotation is at rotation limit. Fox says clamp. Perhaps clamp sounds like a right thing to do. I don't know if that's an actual... Oh, there's a function for it? That's so sick. I always do min max. Clamps the value, returning float not less than. But remember, the mouse position doesn't necessarily go from 0 to 4. It's like whatever it wants to be. So we got to scale it. So hold on. The math we're looking at, right? This is any kind of, this is kind of like, what do you call? This is how you make equation out of reality. So we want to make it so that this position, right, which is like half of width, for example, and this is a center of the image, and then the mouse pointer array is right here, right? When this happens, we want the rotation to be whatever it is, which is rotation max, right? So we're doing this transition where if the mouse pointer was here, we want the rotation to be here. And it's relative, right? So amount of rotation we want is rotation max divided by the limit, which is width divided by 2. Or if we want both direction, both the x and y, the rotation vector is maximum rotation vector divided by size of the, or yes, size, half of size vector, half of size vector. That's the ratio of the rotation we need to do. And depending on the difference on the mouse pointer, right? So what changes here is that we got this. Oh, why is my dad calling? That's an unusual time to call. Hopefully it'll be okay. I don't know. I hope he leaves me a message, I guess. Hold on. Maybe I should mute myself and pick this up. Fox says there's also a remap. Oh, this is perfect for remap then. Because it's remapping, we're setting a ratio and then remapping a value to based on the ratio, which is essentially multiplying by the ratio. So it doesn't really need that, but that's pretty cool. Take notes for me says, me and my friend put together a chess program that's an amazing program for training players, but sadly my friend coding it decided making it web-based is impossible, so it took a huge hit. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, making something is a good start. Flying Feather says, what scene in Blade Runner indicated to you that Deckard could be replicant like Rachel? I think for me, I understood it as a writer's perspective, because I think the writer was really, whoever was writing the script really laid it on thick, maybe the director as well. When Deckard was talking with Rachel the first time and then asking questions and then like questioning when Rachel was like questioning some of the things that Deckard was like believing to be a core truth of not being a replicant, that was like basically like that giveaway of being like, oh, this is the concept here. Like that they were trying really hard. Fox Shadow says, remit makes the point between A to B from one measurement and transposes it onto another A to B line. Very handy. It is handy, so I don't have to worry about doing the ratio math and multiplying it myself. So now that we understand the concept of what the ratio is, let's try that out. I want to try that out. Let's see. So we have remap. Ooh, value. Okay. So we're providing a value, which is local mouse position. And then I start, it translates the value between I start to I stop. Okay, cool. So it auto clamps too. That's pretty sick. So we're taking the value of the position and we're saying that it's going to go from 0 to the rotation max, right? It only applies it to a float, doesn't it? Yes, it does. So what we actually need to do is we've got to do it axis. We'll say var x rotation will equal to float value, and we're going to remap. We're remapping the local mouse positions x from 0 to rotation limit x. And then we're taking it from the output, which ranges from 0 to the ratio being, what was it? The size, half the size of the card. Like so. Problem, negative value. So we're probably going to go from negative rotation limit x to positive here. And then we're going to do the same thing this way. A little blown out, so we can't even not simplify, but I mean, this will run same speed. We can go, let's see. Rotation input and that I don't want to do that though. It's the same number of words. We'll take, you know what, it's not that bad actually. It looks bad because I have it zoomed in. And then we'll do Y rotation, which will be, well, X rotation is actually this rotation. So this should rely on Y value instead. And then the Y like this. And then the limit, same thing. Wait. Yeah. It's a little confusing because it's like a Y position that controls the X rotation. X rotation meaning rotation based on the pivot, X-axis as a pivot. So it feels a little janky, but I think this works here. So we do it this way, we do the X, and we'll quickly find out. We don't have to do everything in our head. We'll find out very quickly if things are wrong. So we have Y rotation and X rotation. That happens on process if this is enabled. So let's say we enable it and then turn it on real quick. Oh, whoops. Okay, well, something was happening, that's for sure. So we come to the car tester instead, because that's centered. Enable, okay. Clearly, look at that. Oh. It's wrapping around. The remapping limit is not clamping it. It's wrapping the number around. I think. I wonder if there's a configuration for that. If it is actually just blowing it up so that it's a huge number, then we can clamp it down. But I have a feeling, let's see. See also lerp, that's fine. If value is outside, then the resulting value will also be outside. Okay, we need a clamp. Okay, so it does go outside. It's not wrapping around. It is going outside of the range. Use clamp on the result. Yes. So after all of this, we'll xrot will equal to clamp of value xrot, minimum value being negative rotation limit, and then positive rotation limit, and then provide Y clamp. Okay, I gotta be honest with you, Fox Shadow. I mean, this is neat, and it makes it so that I don't have to like think about it, but at the same time, part of me is like, I feel like this would have been easier if I did min-max, plus ratio multiplication instead of calling all of this with all these parameters. But what do I know? Nothing, that's for sure. Okay. I mean, I think it's working. It feels like it's working. Fox Shadow says, I'm not offended. Okay, it's reversed. The X rotation is in reverse, so we got to flip it. Hold on. Yeah, right? The rotation should happen so that wherever the mouse is floats up as opposed to being pressed down. Yeah. So why the X rotation needs to be reversed. Which means we take the value and then we do this. Will that work? Yeah. Okay, it's a little abrupt now. I think it's because of the diff between the size. So, for example, if I make it so that the window is huge, I don't know, full screen. Well, canvas item real quick. Fox says, whatever makes it work. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it really does feel pretty abrupt for some reason. I feel like it needs to have a little bit more give. Like, it's working. You know what's funny? Look at this. It makes the Joker, the 3D Godot image look kind of 3D. Or not 3D, but the center image looks 3D when you wiggle like this. Anyways, that wasn't the goal. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a little bit more range for the ratio. So it has a little bit more give to it. Oh, right. Let's do double. We'll do double on both sides so that there's more generous, more smoother curve. Oops. Doesn't like it because I forgot the comma here. Yeah, it's either the 0.5 of the input amount. Oh. Oh, whoops. I think I did it the other way around. So, Kelso says there are a shader on that. Yeah, this is a shader. Fox says, feel free to drop the remap. Don't keep it for my sake. I'm free to trust, though. No, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. No, remap is cool. We're going to keep it. So the input amount, I want to keep it as raw as possible, and I want to control it via the ratio. So we're saying whatever we have, the position, relative position of the mouse, we're going from the card size. Oh, whoop. Hold on. I'm so silly here. No. This is right. Okay. we got to make sure that we understand the remap here. We have the value that gets translated into the I start and I stop, right? So the value gets translated. We're providing a mouse pointer, which is a positional value. Mr. Hussein says, what kind of game are you working on? Well, this one I'm working on my deck building tutorial series reference, addendum, appendix. So right now we're working on a video called 10 shaders that makes your game card game stand out. So it is deck builder in some ways. That's a viral slogan. Basically, I'm trying to. So I have a huge 4 or 5 episode tutorial series on YouTube for deck builder. And I'm just kind of trying to follow up on it with some useful stuff. So we're doing a little bit of experiment right now. But typically, before this, I was working on. I work on isometrics a lot, deck builders and isometrics a lot. That's usually my main game. I really like deck builder. I really like tactics and tactical game, but I also really love roguelike. So that's just kind of the ballpark we're in. Ridalux says, yo, Mr. Ezra, I got a friend of mine who said that coding in Vim equals Aura++. Wow, I can already guess the kind of age range that you guys are in. I'm going to need a confirmation on how true that is. You know what? For the sake of your friend, coding in Vim is a flex for sure. It actually is very efficient if you know how to do all the shortcuts that the Vim provides. Right, Alexa says we're 25, by the way. Yeah, I know. I figure you're around that age. I mean, it is pretty aura. It's pretty high flex to be able to do that if you can't do everything. But at the same time, I don't know. Have you seen? Okay, I don't know if this might be a little outdated, but have you seen like Faker? Do you know Faker, like from League of Legends? I don't know if you guys play League of Legends, if you're a 25-year-old. Or like if you've seen old school like StarCraft players. And like the pro players, they play like crazy where they go and then like they're jumping around the map all the time and you don't have no idea what's going on. But then they somehow follow through. That's what like being expert on Vim feels like, I think. Right, Alex says, yeah, I was master in League with Darius. I see. Buggy says hello. Hi, Buggy. So I guess yeah, I could confirm some sort of aura, but I don't know if it's aura plus plus or not. At your age, I guess. Older you get, or if you start talking with the older generation, maybe not as much. Thanks for the follow, Mr. Sen. All right. So let's think about this. So I said this remap method. What remap method does is that it takes the value, which should be in the range of the input. It should be in the range of the input, and chooses a input value, I think. Hold on. Range of I-stop to output. What does it return? For complex use cases. No. It does return the output. Hold on. So, okay. So I said my mouse position is within the car size. Okay, so I did it I did it backwards, I think. It's supposed to be this, where the mouse position, I want it to range from negative Y to positive Y. And then I want that to be translated to rotation limit, like that. Yeah, so I did it backwards. So it's not the Fox Shadow's fault for suggesting this method to me. It is my fault for misunderstanding the method itself. Yeah, here you go. I think that should be a little bit smoother. Fox Shadow says, yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, pretty. That looks pretty good. And look, if I jiggle it fast enough, our little Godot icon looks 3D. So that's one. All right, let's make more stuff on it. We got the material, we got the card. And then I suppose we could do more. We can have timed float. Right? When you're not touching the card, when you're not focusing on the card, sometimes card does this little like this. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? Little dancey float. So we could do that. So on the card tester, let's do in focus versus not in focus. We'll create a button. I'm thinking. Hold on. Would it be out of... Oh, thanks for the Prime, Fox Shadow. Appreciate it. Well, welcome to the family. If you're a Prime member, you got some benefits out here, by the way. I do believe Prime members get 40% off or 15% off on our merch. Somebody has to confirm that for me. I think you do get a 15% off of merch. We got a little wizard berry with a Godot icon with the little mug here, and then we have this one. This is a love it or hate it. I drew this myself. Little pixel creation hoodie. And if you disconnect to our Discord, you get a free asset pack. Under members only downloads, you can see that you get the download for isometric fantasy and dungeon tile set. Which, by the way, if you want it, you can just buy it. Thanks for the support. All right, that's my little ad insert. Great, thanks for follow. Thanks for the sub. Let's see. Okay, that's it. All right, I caught up. Buggy says, "Whoa, so many perks." Yeah, no, I'm trying. I'm trying to survive here. Life as a content maker is a vicarious one for sure. Okay, I forgot that my music turned off, so I gotta turn that back on. All right, little dancey. So I'm gonna say float mode or floating mode, which will turn it on, and then we'll have a button that says in focus or follow mouse. Great. They're on top of each other. So we're going to do little V-box here. Doop, doop. Buggy, how was your, or how have you been? Is your stream going well? I know. I didn't realize you were a streamer the other day or beforehand, and I was surprised to find you. I know I've seen you on my stream here and there, but I actually never realized. Which I guess... Did I follow you? Follow. I should follow you so that it suggests me more often. There you go. So this one's called Float. And then this one's going to be Follow. All right, so float mode, what I want to do is have some... Buggy says, yeah, we're on opposite time zones. I know. Exactly opposite, to be exact. 13 to 12 hours difference, I would think, if you're in that area, where I think you're in. Lantern Kick says, I love Blotro. Great. We're trying to pick out all the Blotro effects and try to steal it for people and put it out there. Okay. Here's my question. We have a card object that we created, right? So it doesn't really matter because as long as I apply the effect, people can use it however they want. But the problem is having these type of like rotation limit and stuff like that, which is a visual effect. These properties being outside over here feels a little bit janky, as opposed to having a component that's like, oh, these are the effect component, and you turn that effect on. Feels a little bit more solid. So I don't know how I feel about all of this, but we'll see. Okay, so we have this one, which is, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't have to put it into a category. Next one is var enable floating perspective, which will basically be when it's on, it'll automatically flip. However, it directly fights against the enable focus perspective, because focus perspective makes it so that the mouse takes over. I guess what I can do is if the mouse range leaves the center, like the where the card is, then it snaps back to the floating perspective if this is on. So what we can do here basically is we come over here. We want to undo this whole return thing and then tap this over. Right. Buggy says, oh no, I already read that. Sometimes it's hard to keep up with all the chats sometimes. All right. So this happens when the focus perspective is enabled. If I suppose if enable floating perspective is enabled, then we're going to snap back, which is Buggy says, here's another chat message for you to read. Yeah, my peripheral vision picks up the change in the text, and then I have to be like, what was that? But sometimes it rearranges the fonts because some update happens and then the fontiness changes, I guess. And so I have to I get a little paranoid. I'm like, what was that? All right. Okay, we said if the floating perspective is on, I'm trying to think. Maybe it shouldn't have to be on. I suppose. I'm thinking. Okay. So this one controls the thing. We should only do it if the mouse position is within the card space, I think. So if the mouse position is hold on. Minus card size. Okay. If the mouse position minus the card size. Right. So card size minus... No. We got to do absolute value. The difference. Okay, so we say the distance to... distance to card size, right? Because this is a vector. The card size is also a vector. If the distance between those... no, it's not going to work. I was trying to be fancy with this, but it's not very readable. I guess I'll just have to do a good old what do you call? If-then cases. Mind78, good evening. Hello. It is not an evening here. If it is evening for you, I guess you could be either East Coast or Europe. Greenwich time, we're -8, so in Sweden it is 11 p.m., 11:30 p.m. Oh, if it is midnight, then it's +1 Greenwich. Germany or Czech? Mind78. Germany or Czech? I'm just trying to guess here. Just random number. I think Turkey is +2. Sweden. Up north. Okay. Yeah, I was on the right line, right? Was I on the right line? Buggy says time zone geoguesser. Exactly. All right. Floating perspective. Okay, so floating. I suppose that's pretty easy. It's just should it randomly? Because if card is like this, and it's like I want it to kind of like do this, like rotate. it's just bouncing the x and y back and forth, right? Between the limits. So it's like, I mean, we can have a timer, or we could do delta math. We can have X rotation limit. We can say export var floating rotation rate. I feel like sometimes I'm parameterizing unnecessarily. We're deciding rotation rate. Maybe we don't need a vector here. Simply have it be radian per second, and we'll say we'll rotate 1 radian, which is 1/3 of pi. So maybe we'll do like pi divided by 10 per second. So this is how much rotation we do. So on floating perspective, what we're going to do, and rotation velocity kind of matters. So we're going to have a non-exported variable called current, or not, maybe rotation velocity. Rotation velocity, which would be a vector 2. And this one will basically flip its direction if it reaches its end. So when this starts, it's equivalent to this. Mine78 says, I just spent 1 week hunting a bug. What fixed it was deleting the subscene and loading it in again. No code or anything changed. Then it just worked. I'm so sorry. That happens sometimes. And let's see. Why would that happen? Subscene and loading it in again. That may have to be with the resource ID issue. Potentially. So sometimes, this is also why I don't like using inherited scene, by the way. Don't use it. I know Godot suggests like that's by the design. The whole like inheritance is what it's meant to be. I really don't think you should use it. Composition all the way. Mine says what didn't work was that it didn't detect input at all. Yeah. Some information. I mean, that sounds like a platform issue, like the engine level bug. Yeah. Like when you sometimes drag and drop things, either a script or node, I guess the engine has a chance of not detecting those changes and properly registering it for the inputs. Potentially. Sorry that happened to you. Sounds painful. Let's see. What do we got here? Well, we've been on this for a while. I'm trying not to embarrass myself here. Okay, so if we're on enable floating perspective, we're saying we're going to probably... I'm going to do LLIF here because I don't want it to co-work with the focus. If this gets disabled, I want to automatically start floating. And floating will happen by applying this. So we have to do the same thing, like so. But then X rotation and then the Y rotation value is just simply the value that it's already at. Right? It's going to grab the value. By the way, am I... Okay. Second check, by the way. I did this earlier. How's my volume today? How's my sound quality? So I'm doing something different right now. Typically, it's like right up here. So it might be a little bit more bassier, but I'm putting a little pen worth of space up the gain. My worry right now is that it's picking up too much of the room. I just want it to not pick up too much of the room. Fox says, audio guy here, you sound good. Thank you, I appreciate that. I worry all the time. I'm like paranoid. I do a lot of these like things. My room is not well treated. It's treated. It's like the main reflective points are treated, but still, you know, it gets annoying. You know what I mean? Also, my voice is slightly nasally, and that nasally frequency in this small room resonates a lot more, which is hard to clamp down, I feel. But yeah. Well, it's good to see that, good to hear that the Fox Shadow, the sound guy, is saying that it's good. No noise, no clipping, buttery, compression rate is good. Okay, good. That gives me comfort. Appreciate that. Yeah, I need to hire someone to do my chain. I would love to get some chaining done. I try my own chain on Reaper. I change it every time. Fox says, unless you plan on doing yelling, I think your current compression is fine. Yeah. I target for around 3 to 6 compression on average. I'm not sure if that's too much. 3 to 6 decibel of clamp down. Let's see, X-Rot. We were saying that the X rotation is the value. So we got to actually get the value. Boop. Like so, and then change this to get. I really wish it wasn't so wordy though. And then we get the current Y value, right? And what we're doing is we're simply going to add the velocity to the value. So this one is now going to equal to, now I could do it in line or I could do it on top. So we'll say rotation velocity times delta. And that's going to be the rotation diff, var rot diff, which will be vector 2. And then we can just simply do boop, like so. Problem, they are not initialized, so we're going to initialize it now. The initialization, the initial, I can't speak right now. My tongue is too much. Fox says 4:1 ratio is industry standard for a voice. Threshold depends on several factors like gain, your own loudness. It is common to use 2 to 3 compressors or a limiter to manage everything. Yeah. Let me show you what I have. I do have 3 different chains on the compression. And then I have a loudness adjustment at the end with a limiter. Only thing that I get annoyed by is some of those, like, sometimes I get a boxy sound. So I have this. I have a noise gate, volume adjustment, and I use this to target my compression because I have these preset for different frequency range. And then final volume adjustment and then the limiter. It does what it does. I wish I was better at it, but I also wish my room was a little bit more consistent. I realize that sometimes I get a lot louder than the other times. But yeah, I would love to get it professionally done. Get the chain done professionally. Anyways. Okay, so when should the velocity, rotational velocity get assigned? I think because the velocity depends on the floating rotation rate. Fox says, yeah, that's all good. Not worth spending money on more than that. Diminishing returns from here. Yeah, I think the biggest thing I can do is probably treat some of the corners or trap some bass. I mean, that's my battle. Like, it's not even the... I rarely clip on my final recording. And, you know, minimal thing I do is sometimes, like, I pocket the background music in the mid-range where I speak so that my voice gets separated. Oh, thanks for the raid, dang good games. I hope you made a dang good game. Appreciate it. Welcome, everyone.
we're on a journey right now. To give context, we are Godot game developers here. We do bunch of game dev stuff. Today we're working on 10 shaders that makes your card game stand out. Yeah, I know, it's clickbait. It's the video that I'm working on right now. I have a deck builder tutorial, so this is kind of like the follow-up to that. So we're looking at some of the card effect shaders and then making a collection of it. Testing it. So I can actually, I like doing a tutorial style, or not tutorial style, I like doing the listicle style. That's not just like, here's a thing, use it. It's more like, oh, here's a thing. This is how it works. Let's make it. Or I can skip over and it's like, this is how it works. Here it is type of thing. So. So I'm trying to understand what I'm doing here. Okay. Dan Good Game says, very cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. So we were saying this is a rotation. Oh, right. So rotation velocity gets, I think it should get assigned immediately on, well, how about this? I'm going to have a helper function here. And change rotation velocity. Or set, I guess? Well, I guess I don't really need to do that, huh? That should be over here then. I'll do that. Okay, on the value change, when the rotation rate changes, that's when I'm going to make it so that the velocity gets assigned, which is simply this, right? However, what I actually need to do, because if it's already, you know what? That's fine. Okay, so I'm going to make it so that it has that value. So it's going to have some assignment. And then basically we need to do a bounce where whenever the rotation result reaches the limit, meaning, oh, thanks for the follow, iOS dev. So we're rotating the card, and this is a rotating result. Whenever we're exceeding the limit. Oh, thanks for the follow, Dan Good Games. Oh, you know what? I forgot. This makes me a bad streamer. Here's a shout out for you, Dan Good Games. And then I'll follow you for future raids. Thanks for the follow. Nitritic. New York Tritic, Nitritic. Whatever. Dan Good Games says, I forget those shout outs very often as well. Yeah. I know how it is. It's awkward to ask for it. It's like, oh, can you shout me out, please? No. I got you. Appreciate it, everyone. It's a good day. It's a good day. Where was I? Okay, so bounce off. We got to make it so that if the X rotational result, or X or Y rotation, if any of those components are at its limit or beyond its limit, we need to flip the sign on those things. So how do we do that? The best way to do it, I think, is first of all, the rotational value can be either positive or negative. And rotation limit, we basically want to do absolute value of this. If the absolute value of this exceeds the limit or equal to, then we want something to be multiplied by 1, right? Something like that. So we'll say rotation direction multiplier, and I'll make a vector 2 of this. I know. This feels a little bit complicated, but I think it's not too difficult to understand. I think people understand what I'm trying to do here. Is this any more efficient than doing a regular if-then statement? It's not. It really isn't. So maybe I shouldn't do it for the readability's sake. I don't know. Fox says, "Oh my God, slow down, Professor." Yeah, because you know what I mean. Like this in place, this in terms of how it's implemented on the machine language itself, right? When it comes down to it, I'm not saving any actually time. Matter of fact, I might be increasing the execution time by doing this. Let me think about this real quick. If I do a simple if else, okay, -1, 1, that's okay. I think it's okay. So we'll do this up here. And then we have the rotational diff that gets applied. Yes. And it gets applied every second, or every loop, which is a bit annoying. But I think we can live with that. All right, so first of all, we want to make sure that the original behavior hasn't broken. Original behavior is car tilting. Yay! That looks great still. Secondary behavior is floating. Go. I'm not frozen. Nothing's happening. Let's see. Boom. Okay, we're coming here. We got the X rotation. We got the Y rotation, which is 4, 9. Directional multiplier says we're not bouncing. Rotation velocity is 0. Well, that's the issue. Seems like this was never assigned here. Potentially is because of this. So we'll do one of these on ready. Let's do it. Go. Okay. It's moving. Perhaps we want to move it faster. Let's do rotational speed of pi over 5. Okay. Pretty cool. I think it can be faster. Oh. It stopped. It reached the end and it's not rotating anymore. Huh. Let's see what's happening here. The multiple... Oh. Hold on. X rotation is not quite there yet. Interesting. I'm so silly. I made it so that it goes negative only beyond the edge. It needs to keep going, right? It needs to keep going. So this multiplication shouldn't happen all the time. This multiplication should happen once on the velocity. So for example, if whatever thing we did here, all of these things, so it was true that I was over-engineering this, happens where rotation velocity, which is a global variable, and its x should experience a flip. Like so. I do like the sign flipping better than assignment, so I'll do that. Yeah. And then do this on the y. Okay. And then I think it can be still a little bit faster. Yes, I think so. Let's do pi over 3. Oh, we got a little pretty card bounce. It still feels a little slow. Maybe the limit needs to be a little bit steeper. Let's make the limit be more like 8 to 8. And then speed would be like 2.5 pi, maybe. They'll make it more drastic. Okay, that's a little bit better. That's a pretty steep rotation. So I think we do that. We make it faster rotation. Shallower, faster. Okay, it's going like this, which I guess is not bad. I was really hoping for these like rotational feel. If I really want to do that, do I just have to make them not synced? Like they have to be phased. Like Y happens first before X. Yo, hold on. I got it. So I'm going to implement the buttons. So float mode pressed will happen on car tester. So we'll create a script here. Car tester. On follow pressed. And then on float pressed. First thing we're going to do is make this enable floating perspective becomes false, and then the other enablement true, and then other way around for these. True and false here. Boom. Okay. So we're going to have a follow mode, which is one of these things. And we're going to go to floating mode. Yeah. Hello. Haha. Okay. That looks pretty fancy, doesn't it? All right, next up. Dissolve. Fox says, does it look like it snaps when it gets to the center? I do think it does look like that. I was chucking up to the fact that it's a graphical artifact as opposed to reality. Because I don't see how the rotational diff would suddenly become huge when it's 0. I think it's the effect of, look, so if I do follow mode, you see that? Right at the center. I don't know. I feel like I mean, it does look like it's snapping, but it may be because of the pixel. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Hold on. I don't know. I was chucking up to the fact that it was just being pixeled. But we'll see. What's the best way to debug this? I mean, I could print it out, but print out the rotation, it might be way too many values. I wish I could draw a graph. It might be a little bit better. Rotation. We're getting... Oh! Am I crazy or what? Do you see what I see? Oh my goodness. I mean, it's a miracle that it was working at all in the first place. There you go. Look at that. That looks a little better. And it's like, it looks like it's doing the thing because they are desynced a little bit. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. It looks great. Look at that. And Let's see how bad it behaves if I scale this up. Transform. We're gonna scale it up to. Can I not scale it? Oh, it doesn't like me scaling it at all. 2. Come on, give it to me. Oh yeah. Oh, sick. Oh, this feels so good. Yes. Nice. All right. Credit where credit is due. That is there. And then I modified it a little bit. Great. Dissolve effect first, or should I do shadow? I mean, shadow is pretty easy, I think. Unless I'm crazy. Get it? Shadow is easy, unless I'm crazy. Rhyming is easy. If you use the same word. For same rhyme, I guess. Buggy says colatro, exactly. Fox says, how do I get a little berry dude at the bottom? Oh, on the Twitch redemption, there's a plant berry folk seed redemption, which is 50 points. Once you redeem that, you get a little plant on the screen. Of course, the triangle is lurking. And then once you get a plant, you can water the plant 9 times total. Then you get a new berry. The new berry can be either one of the ones that are available, as you can see on the top right. These are all the available berries. The normal berries are infinite. Oh, somebody did the shiny. What was that? Oh, thanks for the raid. I was like, why did the shiny get activated? Is it Fihara or Fyra? Welcome, raiders. Little shout out here. Hope you had a great stream. I'll follow you for future rating. Hello, I was just in the middle of explaining my little stream integration for Twitch because somebody was asking about it. This is a berry folk land, or they are berry folks. In order to get the berry folks, you need to plant the berry seed by redeeming a plant berry folk seed redemption, and then water it 9 times, and you get a plant. And some of the berry folk you get depends on what's available. It's a gachapon. Yes. We're pro gambling here, only if it's free. Some of them are rarer than the other, and you have different commands to switch between things. Like today, like Fyra did, if I get a raid, we get a 10% chance of shiny raid, meaning there's a chance that you might get a shiny version of the berry folk. So try to get a little bit of shiny now. Anyways, thanks for the raid. Fire says fire, but it's very dynamic name. Nice. I'm gonna be working on plant pixel art and next couple streams probably. Yeah, no problem. Have fun with your pixel art. We just finished making our little Godot Joker. For those of you who's joining us right now, we do Godot content. We're content with ourselves. We do Godot content. I do YouTube tutorial and devlog. So if you go to my YouTube, you can see that. One of the biggest video I've made, well, one of the most successful videos I have in my channel is the how to make roguelike deck builder series on Godot. And I've stopped that. Episode 4 was the last one, and people were asking for new stuff. So as a next video, I was thinking I'm going to do a 10 shaders that makes your card game stand out. Yeah. We're talking about how clickbaity it is, but it's going to pay out. It's going to pay out. So we're going through different type of shaders on our deck builder plugin, which, by the way, I haven't released yet. But this deck builder plugin comes with like stuff like hand. So let me show you what it looks like. I don't think I've shown this to anyone since I worked on it. So like, if you look at my demo here, you see how the card hand is its own object? You can choose like the curvature of the card, the max card it can have, like the width and minimum width between the cards, and all you have to do is drop objects and it'll just drop them in there. So you can see, like, if I have 10 objects, you'll see the spots that it'll be in. And so I had something like this, go boop, 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 discard. Let's see. I think we can get a flush, or let's start with, I'm going to discard these two here. Oh, we can do a flush. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yay, we got a flush. Something like that. Anyways. Yeah. Sid Funk, hello. Fire says, nice, I'm making roguelike too. Perfect. Roguelite is the indie honey, I think. The sweet, sweet nectar of roguelite. Excuse me. I do enjoy a roguelike, so. Anyways. Okay, go check it out. Blah, blah, blah. Get your berries. There's a cool stuff. And once you get addicted enough, go buy my merch. More than that, if you're in space for password management, I also have a password management sponsor link. So if you go get that, you get 60% off right now until Black Friday. Anyways, enough advertisement. Thanks everyone for being here. We're going to continue working on our shader. So far we were able to make a floating mode where our card is floating in a fake 3D rendering. And then you can have a follow mode where your card is following your hand like this, looking a little 3D. I want to do a quick shadow. I think that one is easy, right? Shadow distance, right? I guess it's not super easy if you want to do those like blurry stuff. Sid Funk says, card games like Uno, like Balatro, like Slay the Spire. But Uno works as well. Let's see. Do I do Drop Shadow? Drop Shadow seems kind of lame, right? I need to only include like amazing stuff. All right, we're gonna do Dissolve. Or let's do a Dissolve. Dissolve effect probably will use noise minus noise, and of course, just like any other shaders, we don't have to do it ourselves. Shader Godot. We're gonna go into Godot Shaders community and see what kind of dissolve effects they have. And then we can do hollow effect. Dissolve. Hollow effect is a little bit trickier. I'm going to have to go look at the Godot version of the hollow to see what they do. This is okay. I don't like this burn as much. Pixel dissolve. Oh, this is really cool. I like this burn. Spherical burn. This is also based on noise. Oh, this is this one has 2 layers of color. This is a fire dissolve. Okay. You know what? We can use all of these. 2D dissolve with burn edge. Ooh, pretty sick. We'll grab this, I think. All right, let's see. How to set up a shader to any node with a texture. Add a noise texture. Yes. Choose a burn size and burn color you want. Seems pretty self-explanatory. We're going to do our best to copy this. We have this part, which is fragment information. So we'll get the uniform values first. So this one is going to be a dissolve parameters. And those dissolve parameters are used here on the fragment. So what we need to do, I think, is basically, this is what's important, right? The color threshold and stuff like that. So we gotta take whatever value we already have as a result and then apply this on top of it. So we could say, maybe we could have a function here. Void, I suppose, apply dissolve, or just say dissolve. Burn dissolve, burn dissolve. And then see what we can do with it. we'll just copy and paste here while we're trying to understand what's going on. Okay. So the main texture is a texture of the thing we're manipulating. Instead of using the texture UV, I wanted to rely on what's already on the screen as our texture because it's been warped by the thing, right? So we're not using the original texture. We're going to use what we're seeing. Meaning, for the main texture, we're simply going to take the resulting color information. So this is the vec4 is our color, right? So it'll be texture, our main texture that's going to be passed to it, which is vec4. So when we are calling burn dissolve, we're simply passing our color to it, which I guess we could argue, instead of doing it this way, we could say var perspective texture. Instead of var, it would be what, vec4, like so. And then the alpha has been determined, and then that's being passed in. Howdy, howdy, Jacob Dev. Welcome, welcome. Thanks, Raiders, once again. I know some Raiders are just kind of chilling, doing their own thing, making their tea and whatnot. And then they're like, wait, that's not a voice I've heard before. And then just kind of peek in. We're doing Godot devs. Specifically today, we're making all the card game related shaders for our video. And now that we have enough people, I gotta do one more check. Which of these items sound like a clickable item for you? Something that interests you, all right? I'm gonna go through here. Shadows are just another camera. About shadow mapping. Draw anything with one number. Shader. Smoke that is in fluid, which is smoke. Simulation that doesn't involve fluid physics. Is a faking smoking. Is like the effective way to do that. Collisions without checking everything. The effectively checking collision. If you're using Godot, it doesn't really matter, but if you're making your own game engine, it might matter with a quad trees and all that. Online packet management, AI that wins by guessing, which is Monte Carlo simulation along with Markov chaining. Million particles, bullet. This is the fast moving collision, which is a little bit different looking forward. Because I'm trying to do some sort of documentary type, history channel type series on these game dev related texts. These are the video topics that I'm trying to choose from. So you obviously, Fox Shadow, you seem to have missed this, so I'll re-explain this. I want to do a weekly or bi-weekly episode of kind of like the Veritas or History Channel or Discovery Channel type of program, where it's like, it's not like showing me how to code in detail, but it's like detailed enough that you can learn things. You know what I mean? Oh, geez, Adam. Oh, we're getting raided today. Thanks for the raid. Shout out. Hopefully my shout out is not timed out. Adam Learns Live. Hello, hello. I hope you are doing well. Hey, that reminds me, Adam. I know you are doing a lot of your game is based on like AI mobs auto behaving and stuff like that. I made a goal-oriented action planning plugin the other day, and I'm working on a video right now. So I thought about you. But yeah, welcome Raiders, everyone. Thank you. Oh, Adam just ran off to feed his cat. Okay, well, fair enough. It's okay. Well, everyone, hello. This is Developer Ezra's channel. Gosh, all the people who were raiding with Fyra earlier, you were going to have to listen to this shtick again. But I make Godot content. Unfortunately, I'm too notorious for starting a bunch of projects and never finishing them. But for a good reason, because I'm a content maker that makes game. That's what I decided I'm doing. I do have a game that I'm trying to finish, which is called Dread on Arrival. Spacefaring tactics FTL game. It's like FTL plus tactics plus Darkest Dungeon. That's the kind of running slogan. I have a design doc and everything, so it's not hand wavy. We have a goal date. So that one we're going to try to release by next year. alpha's coming along in the beginning of the next year, and fully playable demo probably by October next year. That's one thing. Mainly I do YouTube content. YouTube, Godot content, tutorial devlog, mostly tutorial. Today, right now, we're working on all the shaders that are used in car games, because my biggest tutorial series is deck builder tutorial. So I'm trying to kind of appendix this little thing to say, 10 shaders that you must have in your car game to make your game the best thing in the world. So we have been working on it. Right now we're trying to work on our burn dissolve on top of our perspective shader. So yeah, having fun. Otherwise, I need to go back to explaining to Fox what I was talking about. So I want to do this like Discovery Channel Veritas style informative edutainment video on game dev and programming related topic. I already kind of do it, but I want it to be a little bit more entertaining and less coding, but still have code. You know how like Veritas still explains the math and like explains the concept, but it doesn't really like, do it on the paper. They don't like pull out the whiteboard and start calculating things. It just shows in concept so that you feel like you're learning something. So that's kind of like what I want to do. So the topics right now that I'm trying to measure interest in and see if like any of these things like pop out as like, oh my gosh, I kind of want to know about this. And so far the ideas I have is these, which is shadows are just another camera, which is about shadow mapping. Draw anything with one number, which is vector drawing, SDF, and all those things. Smoke that is in fluid is particle simulation via not simulating, via flow advection and curl noise. So it's like making a smoke-like structure without actually doing it, so it's quick. Collision without checking everything, which is a technology behind how stuff like Minecraft or like any game with a lot of objects handle collision without blowing up the computer. Online game Rewrite the Past is the client server level syncing and diff based information syncing. AI that wins by guessing is Monte Carlo simulation plus Monte Carlo simulation naturally follows something called a Markov chain, which is kind of interesting topic, but I don't know how much I can do it. And then we have some other stuff, which is kind of working title right now. So yeah, we're trying to see kind of the interest level, which topic to do first. I think that's the most important thing. Though I don't know if people will be like turned off if I do the topic that I've already covered in this style. Maybe not. We'll see. All right, back to burn dissolve. We're trying to steal this. So we're sanding the main texture here, which is the texture result of the perspective warp. The noise texture, this is different. This one is being inputted as dissolve texture here, which is being sent in as a color. Interesting. Why is that a color? That's not a noise. Let's do that. Save this real quick. It says no matching function burn dissolve. That is because I suppose I have to put it up here. Does function order matter in shader logic? I guess it does, huh? Interesting. Okay. Expected a valid data type for argument. Now, of course, this is going to be vec4 because it's a texture / color. We got this one. This is unknown identifier in expression called UV. Sick. You know what? I'm just gonna have vec for a noise texture as part of the parameter as well, and then just pass this in. Burn texture, like so. Nice. Cubist Dev says yes. GLSL is like that. I see. I didn't know that. I have to say my knowledge in GLSL or like shader tech in general is very limited. Like I can debug it, I can reason through it, and I can invent simple stuff from what I know, but I haven't worked with it closely enough to understand fully what's going on. So that's a homework. I don't even know where to start. It's funny because I worked in tech industry for like 10 plus years, right? I worked at Amazon and Google as software engineer and backend engineer. And I went to school for programming. So I know a lot of the concept, I know how to program, I know a lot of patterns. But when it comes to like computer graphics or anything that's like outside of those like basic database and algorithm and some of the niche stuff, these things are just purely experience, I feel. Like I have the language to handle and learn, but it's definitely different. Game coding is very different to web stuff. Yeah, web stuff is its own beast. I worked heavily with backend, so my expertise is in propping up services, SSOs and all that, and managing big stuff. But it's kind of useless when it comes to this. Only useful part is understanding how computer works. You know, I understand how computer works because of schooling. But who knows if that will ever become a problem. Let's see who's lurking here. Hypnotic! I see that you're hiding. I don't know who you came with, but Hypnotic is in the shadow, lurking. All right. Color alpha threshold. I guess I should make it so that it poops out a color. Kevin says, which org were you in Amazon? I was in several places. I think what they call a transportation is a retail side of the organization initially. I worked on Locker before it got moved to other country. They changed that. Amazon Locker, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Amazon Parcel Locker. They had them in campuses. They had them all over the country. I worked on that team for a little bit. And then I worked in a like internationalization exports type of thing, where we worked with big data to transport and translate detail pages. So that's what we call a retail or last mile. And then for a while, I worked at Alexa team, specifically Alexa games team. We were experimenting with making games. So we worked with a lot of third parties, and then we made tooling and actual games ourselves to see how it works and if it works. And we made a lot of interesting things that I feel proud of. I worked with Laura Bailey and Nathan Fillion. That's a celebrity name drop. That was fun. And then Google, I did boring stuff. And then I did a little bit of AI stuff before they did a massive layoff, which was fun. Because I was like, oh, a layoff. I'm going to do game dev now. And then like a few months later, they're like, oh, we're going to do AI. Full throttle AI. And I'm like, hey, wait. You cut out the entire experimental org that was entirely AI focused. I mean, it wasn't Gen AI focused, mind you. It was like, you know, the neural network type of AI with like video processing, language processing is part of it, you know, all those things. So I thought it was ironic, but yeah. Kuba says understanding async stuff can help with optimization later on, but yeah, most knowledge except some architecture doesn't carry over. Yeah, architecture, I mean, there are some things. For example, managing project or organizing project in certain ways. Some of the data transfer patterns, and then some of the big data task, like the data pipeline, could translate to efficient handling of like data object layer in gaming. I could see that being helpful. Database and or data structure and algorithm applies everywhere anyway, so it doesn't matter. That was fun. And I talk about it all the time because that does kind of paint the base level color of knowledge on everything else. But yeah, there are a lot of other things that I usually don't have to think about that I'm learning a lot. And that's the main reason I want to do this series, because there are a lot of things that I want to dive deep into. So recently, I mean, I've been learning a lot. I made a AI simulation thing where AI thinks for itself, which uses goal-oriented action planning, which is a variation in like state machine to behavior tree. So I made a plugin for a state machine, behavior tree, and goal-oriented action planning, which was successful and it's pretty nice. So that kind of got me thinking of like, oh, I want to do all these things where I just go through all the texts. Because I have the ability to understand it and explain it. So I kind of want to do that. Kevin says, Coolio, I worked in retail with data path stuff. Oh. Most people wouldn't know that DP is data path for a while. I see, I see. Well, welcome here. We got a few Amazonians out here on our stream too. I guess that's not surprising. But yeah. Cubist says soft skills are great in any case. Yeah, if you make data heavy games. Yep. More than anything, I think okay. This is the biggest thing. Thanks for the follow, Kevin. This is the biggest thing I think is a benefit of getting experiences in industry, not the actual tech you touch. I think okay, so when people complain about schooling, I'm always like, oh, I miss school, because I always say, in school, you can afford to just not know stuff. You can just get a bad grade. That's the worst thing that happens. You just get a bad grade. You don't pass something. That's not a big deal. But like once you start working, you have to be like, if you're assigned something, you need to like see the end of it. You got to either figure it out or tell people convincingly why we shouldn't do it or we can't do it. Which is a great skill because you get to learn to jump into the deep end without fearing it, which is I think which is a great skill that applies everywhere. So here we are. Anyways, so apparently I can't directly call color from functions. So I think we have to somehow output a vec4, meaning the color result. So burn dissolve will actually directly assign the color here, I think. I'm not sure if this is gonna mess everything up, but we'll see. So instead of color alpha being the multiplication of its own, we probably should start with threshold. Where does it come from? All right. The colors alpha, whatever it is already. Why is it not using the main texture as the base of alpha? Is it because it's warping it as they go? I guess that makes sense. Okay. I need, well, main texture. Curiouser and curiouser. I want to see what happens if I do this. Vec4 result equals main texture, and its alpha will be alpha times threshold. The RGB will be the mix of the burn color and the borders. Let's see what happens. Cubist Dev says, worst case, you practice job application. Yes, worst case, you do. I'll have you know, though, my biggest thing right now, which I'm fighting tooth and nail right now, is that I do not wish to go back to work. Meaning, I do not wish to go back to working for someone, big tech, like, especially because, I mean, maybe I spoke too soon. And this is the awkward space that we're in. A lot of my viewers are like, no, it's okay. We understand if you need to go back because, you know, I'm spending my savings in order to do this. So hopefully either my game does well or my stream/content does well enough that this becomes permanent. But I've been doing this for 2 years now. Every day is a struggle before I'm like, oh, I should probably go back to work. I just started looking at some of the positions out there to see what's out there. But golly goodness, do I not want to go back to big tech? Do I not want to go back to big tech? You can't imagine. Look at this one. Ta-da! Why I won't return to big tech job. 140k view. So I don't want to be a sellout on my own promise. Jacob Dev says, I'm in big tech, or I'm in tech and I don't want to be here, lol. Yeah, no. You know, it's funny because every friend, and I still have a friend there, and I still have a friend who's, you know, it takes courage to be jobless by choice. But I have friends there and they're all saying the same thing. And I have another friend who's like, oh man, I wish I could quit, but I can't. I'm like, dude, you can. You just need to do it. And I was like, I don't know. And this person is so well off. It's so funny. No joke. But you know, honestly, I can't laugh at that. Thanks for the follow, Colton. Because when you're in that situation, it's just not bad enough to quit. Like, it's bad enough that you want to complain and you don't want to ever do it again. But it's like, I think this is like I think only recently it has changed. But the whole, what do you call it? The ruling class's trick is that this is the abusive pattern, by the way. Abusive pattern is that you abuse someone just enough that they feel like it's either going to get better or it's just easier to take the abuse than leave. So there's a threshold where it's like really bad, where you're like, oh my gosh, it's easier to leave than stick with the status quo. And the problem with the whole like job is like you pay just enough, you put the carrot in front of you just enough of this like promo that's been promised you for like 5 different cycles between 3 different managers. Just enough. It's like maybe this time to be like, okay, maybe one more year. You say maybe one more year for like 5, 10 more years, and then you go, okay, well, like my youth is gone. I guess I could still do it, but now I have family. That kind of situation happens. So I don't know. I feel like my main advice for people who are already in the industry is that you actually are more ready than you think to get out. And it's not that bad. But if you're in the beginning stages, get ready. You do need to do the job so you can get some money, but you're going to be caught up. Brainzap says, wow, why you attack me like this? Yeah. It's a personal attack to me as well as attack to you. Jacob says, makes me feel like dingus for thinking about leaving. Yeah. Jacob says, yeah, mine ups the pay anytime I waiver. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the technique. At least look into other jobs. That's the best way to get your pay up. Jacob says, I'm 15 years in, I might just jump out. Yeah, 15 years, dude. It's now or never, honestly. Don't tell I don't know, if you have a significant other or family, don't tell them that I said that. I don't want to be responsible for some other family's ruin. But like, what do you have to lose? Honestly, there's no real fear. It's not gonna get that bad. Is it? I don't know. You can make your own choice. All right, with dissolve texture, we're gonna make some noise texture here. We'll use a fast noise. I don't know. We get seamless noise. Okay. It's not terrible, but it's not great. I mean, I guess it's working. Let's see. Burn size, just enough like that. I wish it was glowing. I guess technically I could just do like 1.3 and then put world environment and then it'll glow. I mean, I guess this a burn. I need more. I guess, does that depend on the noise? Here, let's do 40 by 40. Can I see the noise texture? What the noise texture looks like? There you go. Fast noise. 40. Why is it 40? Let's do this. Oh, hex yeah. Look at that. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Seamless. I don't know what seamless does. I guess when it's repeating around. Oh my god, that's so sick. That's pretty cool. Yeah. That looks Blatro-like. All right, let me see if it works on rotation. Oh. It's so cool to see it work. It works! That's so cool. All right. So, in order to make it burn, we just need to do the dissolve value from 1 all the way down to 0. Though, I guess, I don't know if I should randomize the noise on everything. Because right now, what's happening is that the noise is consistent, which means it's going to do a same type of dissolve every time. And I don't know what's the best way to regen the noise. I actually don't know how to regen a noise. But yeah. Fox Shadow says, remap, randomize the seed. Randomize the seed for what? These are already baked in noises, right? Can you call the seed from the noise texture? Well, somebody tell me while I try to figure this out. I'm going to read this long message by Yay Simbi. Thanks for the follow, Yay. And then thanks for the follow, Labricorn. Lebari. Sorry if I'm butchering it. I'm going to call you Labricorn. Something like that. Thanks for the follow, CSA Mu XYZ. Labby or Laby? Hey, Hypnotic, thanks for the shout out. Random shout out, but I appreciate it regardless. Okay, Ye says, I've been really lucky. I left my job 5 months ago, and now I'm creating my own studio and all. And I admit that if I was alone, it would have been rough, especially with the cost of living. But I have an awesome spouse who is, for now, the breadwinner. It's something we talk about a lot, and is fortunately no problem. I'm really glad my partner helped me leave my job. I was burning out. Yeah, no, that's wonderful. I think that's the best way to do it. Because honestly, it's an investment. Like, it's hard to do it alone, but if you have a partner or if you have a situation where somebody don't mind being a solid job runner, and then the other person being more entrepreneurial mindset, that kind of works. Like, it's in sync, I think. Because the potential is larger. Cupid Steph says, in the fast noise light, there is a seed parameter. I see. Okay. So I can just pull that out and then call a seed. Nice. Labby. Okay. Excuse me. I'm a little gassy because I ate lunch before streaming 3 hours ago, actually. But yeah, that's wonderful to hear. No, I really would love to see everybody create what they want, and, you know, follow their dream. And that's why I'm a huge proponent of, you know, saying stuff like, hey guys, you can do it. Like, it's not that bad. You can do it. There's a way. But of course, there are some techniques I have learned in my own. There are techniques in using your savings in ways that it'll last longer. And I've done what I can, but after 2 years, I've just figured things out that I'm like, oh my gosh, if I did this like 2 years ago when I had a lot more money, I'm pretty sure I could go even further. But here we are. It's okay. We're making it work. Ergo Rita, thanks for the follow. Okay. Let's see. What do we got here? Sorry. Oh, shoot. I got too close to the mic. Sorry, guys. Here, little audio engineering. Pen distance. Okay. So for the burn, we will activate the burn. And I suppose animations like burn, we want to be able to see the end of it before moving on. Which is to say, for a lot of the animation effects, you need a choice to detect the end of it. So we probably should have a signal down here in the card. And we can do this. Though part of me wants to parameterize what kind of animation finished, so that the callers can distinguish it better. Oh. something's happening down here. So animation finished will be called at the end of burn effect. So we'll say activate dissolve, which will activate the effects. And then I guess we could reset funk, reset animation? No. I guess we can just have a reset in general that resets all the parameters to back to where it was. Dissolve and then activate undo, undissolve. Labby says, I'm just learning Godot recently. I had some training from Zinva. Not familiar, I'm sorry. I hadn't taken. I'm finding Godot fairly easy to learn so far and looking forward to making a mashed together match 3 plus strategy battler. That sounds fun. Says, thanks for the welcome. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that sounds fun. I would love to see you make that game and share it with the community. I would love to play it. I like playing people's game. In our Discord, we like to share our progress, game jam, our art, and all those things in a showcase and such. It's not as active as it used to be. I mean, it's active, but also a lot of us are tired, so. But do join. We do Monday, Wednesday, Friday streaming, and I like to make an announcement before I go online or offline, so. Here we are. Okay. So activating dissolve is simply just activating it so that it goes from 1 to 0. And I suppose that should be done on a timer. Almost. There should be a flag, animation flag, that says is dissolving. Some may argue why not use a state enum and say you're in a dissolving mode. Good point. I don't like it because I like to have some of these animations play simultaneously, if I can help it. Okay, so is dissolving. Of course, I love spelling things in a very wrong way. Apparently. I don't know where the de-solving came from. Dissolve, right? This is how you spell dissolve, right? Okay, so we're going to start dissolving. Also, before that, we're going to randomize, probably. Randomize or reseed. Reseed noise texture. And then we're going to start it here. Undissolve is okay. If this becomes false, it just stops where it's at. Otherwise, it stops after the dissolve has completed. So if we say blah, 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 at the end, if it is dissolving, we're going to have a export for dissolve rate or dissolve speed, which I guess we could put it here. Export var dissolve rate, a float of, I don't know, a percentage per second. Does that make sense? Percentage of dissolve per second? Yeah, I think so. So we'll do 10% dissolve per second, which is really slow. Maybe we'll do 50% dissolve per second. Dissolve right here. And then when we're dissolving, we're going to get the rate times delta, which is the dissolve diff. Will be a float. And then Cuba Steph says, also, if you're making Blotcher style card effects, you definitely need to, or need the Blotcher debugger plugin. Totally unbiased. Wait, what? What is that? Blotcher debugger plugin? What are we talking about? Is this something you made? Is this for Godot? What are you talking about? Debug menu? Wait, is there a mod community for Blotro? I play Blotro on Switch as my first time play, so I'm not familiar with any type of mods and stuff like that. Whoops. Well, thanks for joining the channel. Anyways, do explain, Cubus. Explain yourself. I see. You made this, didn't you? Mikori says, still find it crazy that Blotcher chose to go the Lua and Love 2D route. You know what? Honestly, whatever works. Oh my god. I see. Oh, this is pretty sick, actually. Oh, you made it. Oh, that's pretty cool. This is the best plugin. Honestly. Oh, man. This is appropriate. All right. This will be featured. Wait, how come the... Oh, yeah, it is. It is using the shader. How do we do this? You just download the asset, right? Do I need the asset in order to use it? Or is the add-on all I need? Cubus says the Reddit post actually appeared. And yeah. Note, the animation only have 10 FPS when the editor is in the background. I see. It's okay. Just the add-on folder. Okay, cool. Let's do... I don't want to fork it because I haven't logged into my GitHub, so I don't have all the credentials set up right now. So I'll just download the zip and just copy and paste. We'll find out. You'll know if I freeze in the middle of it that I have crashed. Colton says, Mikori, Love 2D is a lot of fun if you prefer coding over GUI programs. I've never touched it. Part of me kind of wants to try it out. But, you know, I'm busy. I've already affixed myself as a Godot content maker. So maybe Mikori can try it out and let me know how it goes. Oops, I opened it in terminal by mistake. You know, coding is coding regardless. And back in the day, I made a lot of applications, like desktop applications using sorry, I thought my project was gonna die. Using Java, which is, you know, terrible. Oh, love it. Oh, there's a point. Too bad it's not a debugger system. Da 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 da. All right. This is doesn't break. Nice, yeah. I don't know. Is there combos? How do I get combos? What you need is different logger types that are jokers. So different loggers will filter things in a weird way, like a very unique way. And you're supposed to click a draw button or like buy a joker, and it gives you like different options for the logger. And it's like, you know, because this is info, this is deep error, whatever. I don't know if there would be any use for it, but that could be fun. I don't know what idea there could be, but it's funny. That is funny. Okay, dissolve diff. We're gonna say we're going to get the shader parameter, and then we're gonna get the shader parameter here. This one is dissolve ratio, which is dissolve value, I guess. We're calling it dissolve value. Dissolve value, which will be this plus the diff. Sorry, my screen is way overcrowded. Ever since I got a comment on my video, one of my tutorial videos, somebody was like, your fonts are too small. I work in this huge font mode, which, by the way, when I go back to small mode now, it feels too small and I can't see. I've basically handicapped myself for a viewer. Colton says, oops, meant to type that in my terminal. Oh, no. Ooh, you got to check where your inputs are. Classic mistakes. Cuba says, these all get your numbers up. Print error, push warning, push error. I see. High score time. This is really funny. This reminds me, does anyone know that one plugin that makes you, like, makes your typing make, like, game noises? I saw it on TikTok the other day, where one of the Godot content maker was, like, typing on the editor, and then every time they edit, like, the, like color will flash. Ridiculous coding? Okay, nice. I want that. Is that too distracting for actually being useful? Or is it too niche? I have not accessed. It's very distracting. So you've tried it. Okay. Help me find it. Where is it in the SFPEC? I want to try it. I really wanted to do it. Okay, asset lib. All right. Oh. Give it to me. No result. Is that not how you spell it? Oh, there it is. Godot 4. Hold on. QPix version. I'm scared. Is this gonna blow my game over? Thanks for the link, Kevin, as well. I'm scared. Wait, which one is more recent? Jacob says, Justin is streamer on Twitch. He wouldn't sabotage. Not intentionally, at least. Here we go. I'm scared. All right. Does it make noise? No, it's not on yet. Hold on. Okay. So far, so good. Hold on. Do I need to restart? Let me relaunch. Reload. Oh, it's... Does it work with Zoom? Yes! Oh my god! No, it's impossible. It's impossible to work with. What? The screen shake is way too crazy. Hold on. Shake? Maybe the shake needs to go away. Okay, this is a little bit better. A shake is kind of a little bit too much. Also, I feel like my IDE is lagging every time I do it. We fully gamified our coding now. We're so distracted. This is great. All right. It's focus mode. It's focus time. All right. Ugh. We're going for a high score on our development today. Definitely scratches that ADHD itch for sure. Dopamine installed. Yeah. Dopamine. It is in my brain right now. Straight. Drip. Okay. All right. So dissolve diff, dissolve ratio. Instead of getting X route, we're doing dissolve value. Whoa. Yes. Wait, can you guys hear it? This is ridiculous. Okay. All right. I mean, I'm sure the novelty will go away after a while. I wonder if I make a tutorial with this, like tutorial series with this effect on, how distracting it'll be for the content. At least it'll be like not as boring for people. Okay. So dissolve diff is a delta of the dissolve rate. It is dissolving, meaning the diff is applied. We're going from 1 to 0, if I recall correctly. Gosh, this demands so much of my screen real estate. Cubus says that plugin is a comment engagement generator. Yeah, apparently. I mean, I can't imagine why. McCory says, "Here I am. What's Ezra going off about?" But then I saw the screen. Yeah, exactly. McCory says, "You could do a coding time lapse with epic music while zoomed in, the text being typed and the effect." Yeah, exactly. We got to get into like the super mode. All right. Hold on. I lost track of what I was doing. Dissolve value of 1 through 0. Okay, cool. So we're going from dissolve ratio that has already been there. We're gonna minus the diff. We gotta make sure it starts from 0. So when we activate dissolve, I'm trying so hard not to. Okay, we'll see. Okay, yep. And then it'll start dissolving. We're gonna say if ratio, we're gonna make sure the ratio is, you know what it reminds me of? You know that prank or like the little challenge where you hear your voice in delay? Like whatever you say comes back and you get to hear your voice in delay, and it makes people like slur their voice and like it's hard to speak. That's what it's doing to me. While typing, it's really hard to talk for sure. Cubus says you can move the docs around with little 3 vertical dots. Move it into top section with tab. Then it doesn't take as much space. Yeah, or I could just close it. Permanent. Dissolve ratio. We're going to, what did I say? I said something. I said, yeah, if it reaches 0. Okay, yes. Okay, so we're going to do max between 0 and the current dissolve ratio. Yep, and then max is the max. 0 is the max. And then if it is less than or equal to 0, then we are no longer dissolving. Yes. And then when the dissolving is done, I'm surprised that the save doesn't have any effect. Fox says, wait, you can hear your voice delayed? That drives me crazy. No. I'm saying that that's what's happening. What I'm saying is there are like the challenges out on trend where people try out this like brain, they call it the speech something. Something realizer, where hearing your voice in delay makes it so that you can't speak very well and it's hard to speak through it. All right, so activate dissolve. It is dissolving, and then it starts at 1. It starts dissolving and turns off automatically. So what we're gonna do here on the card tester, we will create 2 more buttons. We'll have a button that resets, which means it'll reappear. So we'll put it up top here. And then we're going to start dissolving. Dissolve. Désolé. Node. I like that the distraction is contained to typing. Fox Shadow says, wait, you oh my god, did you just add the ridiculous coding plugin? I just rejoined. Yes, we did. Fox says, lol, it's everywhere. Is it everywhere? This is my first time using it, so this is great. I'm having a lot of fun. It's a great challenge. Okay, so reset gets pressed. we're just going to, I like, okay, It's definitely catching me off guard every time. Yeah, baby. It's going to be underscore reset. Thanks for the follow. Metalex. Or no, it's Medale XT. Sorry. Medal? Whatever. Mighty Mochi Games, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Cubus is another one infected. Yes, virus. Hold on. I'm sure people don't keep it on all the time. Game Boy Hero, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'm having a novel experience right now. Okay, so reset. I said I'm going to probably set dissolving to false, of course. Or you really can't see the text while typing. You just gotta do it by the feeling. And then we gotta set the shader parameter called dissolve value to 1, of course. Oh gosh. The screen shake is the worst part, I think. All right. And then on card tester, dissolve press, we're going to do card, dissolve start, I guess. Activate dissolve. Huh. It's underscored. And then see what happens here. All right. We got reset does whatever. Beautiful. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, we need reappear. Obviously. But, oops. Hold on. Button. Resolve instead of dissolve. Resolve. It's definitely getting my brain like, oh, it's like scratching the deep inside of my brain. I can feel the finger in my brain. Don't quote me on that. Sometimes I say a lot of things I regret. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this huge 1 on debugger. Cubis, great work on this. That was unexpected. Beautiful. My idea is entirely infected. Because this is the gambling receptacle, all the flashing lights and text. Yeah, exactly. Who cares? YouTube says lol. All right. Reappear. Resolve is going to be over here. Card testers. And simply, we're going to do card dot activate undissolve, which I think probably will be just is. Whoa. What was that? Wait, was that you, Mikori? What happened? I got so confused. What was that? I swear I heard fireworks. Oh, my eyes are going blurry. Guys, I'm losing vision. Oh. This is the craziest development session I've ever had, I think. You didn't do anything? Maybe I'm just hearing things. Okay. Okay, this is one thing that can be a state. Having a dissolve mode or dissolving versus appearing seems a little silly, right? It's just a dissolve mode, I feel like. So we could, this is where we could go enum. Oh my god. It's like it makes me hold my breath. Burn in. How about burn out and burn in? Burnout goes away. Burn in appears. So we'll say dissolve mode. And then this will be like none by default. So we'll have dissolve type none. It really has impacted me. And then instead of is dissolving here on reset, we're going to say dissolve mode will equal to dissolve type none. And then over here, dissolve type does not equal to none. Then we're going to do this. And then we're going to set this mode to none at the end, depending on what it is, but we'll fix this in a bit. Dissolve. Or burn in. Burn out. Burn in. Starts from 0. Oh, it's part of the score system. Hold on, I gotta open the panel. How do I reopen the panel for the plugin? Editor, doc. There you go. Oh, I leveled up. Okay, that's why fireworks. Okay, activate dissolve, undissolve starts from 0 and burns in. If we are on burn in, the diff, I think what we're going to do here is basically, I don't want to do switch. Dissolve ratio, get diffed by plus or minus. So I would say, we'll do ifs. It's okay. I know nested conditional, a lot of people are like, oh no, nested conditionals, how could you? I'm not a prick like that. I'm not too particularly married to one or the other. I mean, it is cleaner and more readable if you don't have nested conditional, but I think one layer nested conditional is forgivable. Okay. Dissolve ratio burn in. Burn in is appearance, so we want a minimum between 1 and the current ratio. And then burn out is 0 at this, and then basically the diff will be positive here, and then will be -1 here. Yeah. Yes, because we're minusing here. Alternatively, it might be easier to do it this way. And then do plus here. All right. Burn in, burn out. Those are the buttons. Yes. Let's try it out now. Dissolve. Resolve. Dissolve. Works. Resolve doesn't work. Let's go over here. Resolve says activate on dissolve. Value starts at 0. Is burn in mode. It comes over here. Mode is burn in. So ratio is maxed at 1. And then dissolve diff gets added by the delta. What am I not doing here? Here. Okay. Dissolve diff right now. It'll give me 0.00083. Current ratio is 0. It's starting at 0. And then it is burn in. Yes, 0 is good. So we got 0 plus 0.0083. That's the value. Oh, right. Silly me. Probably. Let's see if there's a simpler way to do this. I guess these are two conditionals. Eden Flux says, hey, new handle at list. Eden, hey, Eden, welcome. Hi. Finally, fix your name. How's it going? Trying to make blotcher shader effects? Yes. This is the video I'm working on. 10 shaders that makes your card game stand out. Card game or deck builder? What rings true to a game developer? You saw this title. We go 10 shaders you must have in your game. Versus, I guess that's snappier. But yeah, we're making a blotcher card shaders. Hey, Hypnotic, welcome. Gee, you guys ended early. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, Semikins. Deck builder is snappier. Okay. Shout out to Hypnotic. Wow. Oh, thanks, McQuarrie. It's been 5 hours. I see. Well, wow. It's rare that I'm here this late. But I think I'm able to stay longer because of this. This is really helping. Eden says, 10 must-have shaders for your deck builder. Yes. 10 must-have shaders for your deck builder. Yes. Alternatively. There you go. Hypnotic says, probably daylight saving makes you think it's earlier. True. That also reminds me that we've been streaming for a while now, too. We'll see. I'll be here for at least a few more minutes. Gotta thank all the raiders here. Hypnotic raiders, welcome. I'm pretty sure by now, I don't know if any people in Hypnotic chat doesn't know me because I raid Hypnotic so much. But then again, so many people raids Hypnotic so much all the time. We're making Balatro shaders. 10 shaders that makes your card game stand out. 10 must-have shaders for your deck builder. For our deck builder plugin. I am notorious for making too many projects, and this is one of my many projects. And if you want your own berry, folks, plant your berries. We've been getting a lot of raids today, which means there's a huge chance of getting shiny. 10% chance of getting shiny for next 6,000 seconds. If you use a kick command, you get to kick other people. If you kick someone with a crown, you steal their crown, which increases your chance of getting a shiny berry by 30% if you steal the first place crown, 20% if it's the second place crown, and then third place gives you plus 10. So you get a pretty good shiny. Hey, you got the shiny stash. Congrats. Every single one of these has a shiny version, by the way. So it's worth collecting. If you want to see what kind of berries you have, you can use the berries command. Berries. And then you can also gift your berries, by the way. You can gift your berries to other people if you'd like. We'll explain it if you need it. Otherwise, get addicted. We're all about hitting that dopamine here today. So, no shame. Pro addiction. Cubus is so speedy. Oh, did you get the Barry Allen? Yeah, Covino got the Barry Allen. Oh, yeah. And somebody gifted my chatbot, Figberry, which will be permanent fixture now. Yeah, get your Black Friday deal, guys. Go to protonpass using the link and get 60% off and give me some money. Better yet, since we got new people, it's about time that we talk about our merch. We started a merch line. Go to the link in the pinned link. Get a mug yourself. We have this one on my sixth super duper awesome game idea. And it is a Godot project that says Cozy Rogue MMO Blotcher RPG. It's perfect for your chronically new project mindset. And if you love your Wizardberry, I got a little let's make a game thing. Yeah, make your game. We got the black one, solid black one here. We got the highlighted one with the accented one. And if you love pixel art, of course, we have the Pixel Creation hoodie. We have another design coming along. I'm starting a brand called 99% Burnt Out. It's for us tech professionals who's burnt out and is trying to follow our dream with our 1%. That 1% might change. It has to be like 99% burnt out, 1% coffee or something like that. But we'll see. Who Cares YouTube says, oh, you finished your art. Nice. Yeah, I did. Go check it out. Anyways, if you're a Prime sub, you get 10% or 15% off. I can't remember. It's automatic, so I can't really tell. But it's something off. All right, go check it out. Otherwise, we want to reappear. We got 0 here. Oh, yes. This one right here. The dumb way to do it, which I love doing, is one of these. Where if it's 0 during burnout, then we become none. Of course, I could say this or this, but for readability, I'm going to keep it as a 2 separate line here, even though it's doing the same thing, because I'm all about the readability. Because as a tutorial giver, a giver of code, sounds weird, I like to make sure my lines look self-explanatory. All right, let's test it out. Hypnotic says first. First of what? Oh, yeah, first is already claimed. Void, I'm pretty sure got it. This is one of those rare days where my connection didn't disconnect. So, oh yeah. This is... Oh, look at us go, everyone. Dissolve, resolve, follow mouse. We can dissolve while following mouse. Resolve while following mouse. Oof. Cubus says, I think you can set those Twitch redeems to 1 only. 1 a day? Really? Is it a Twitch option? I should probably do that then. I thought I had to program it. That's why I didn't do it. I thought I had to manually, like, or not manually, but programmatically turn off the rewards. If it is something I can just do, set up, I should do that. Let's see. I am thirsty. I haven't drank anything for 2 hours. I think I'm getting dehydrated. All right, first edit, let's see. 1 time only? I don't see it. Oh, can I do it? Do I have to do it like this? Redemption cooldown, limit redemption per stream 1, like that? Is it per person? Limit redemption per user. This is limit per stream. Does that work? Maybe. We'll see. Hey, thank you for the hydrate. Who Cares you too? I'm gonna go get water. Meanwhile, I'll turn the music back on. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself. I'll be back. I am back. Hypnotic says, I am the wisest. Oh, 3 wise berries? We really need a trading card game based on these berries. It's a lost opportunity. We need something to do with it, right? It's just that there's not much real estate area on the screen to do anything, unless it's like a full focus. We definitely need something fun. Not sure what. Haven't decided. Okay. Let's see. Dissolve and resolve is working. Hologram effect I definitely want. There was something else. Somebody else said something earlier that I was like, oh yeah, we gotta do that. What was it? I don't know. I don't remember what it was. Somebody said something and I said, yes! Oh, oops. Cubus said earlier, I just noticed the berry guys, they almost look like my profile pic. Is that what that means? And I even made a berry version of spring last year. So good taste. Oh, thanks. Oh, yeah, you got the acorn person. That's cute. Wait, what is this phone call? Hopefully I didn't miss any important meeting. I'm sorry, I'm just checking. Making sure I'm not like... Okay, I think I'm okay. Alright, okay, whew. I got a little scared for a minute. I rarely get phone calls, so... Bestberry, Godot. Goldo, yes. That's the shiny Godot version. Yay, you got the Godot, Goldo Berry. Goldot. Hello there, new house. Welcome, welcome. We are just in the process of hydrating oneself. You guys should also get water. Or something. Some variation. Do Hello Berry? Yeah, of course. We need to do Hello Berry. We need Halle Berry. Is that too old of a reference? Halle Berry? How about Drew Berry more? Halle Berry? Everyone? Anyone? Hypnotic says I should get lunch. Yeah, go get lunch. Thanks for a raid again. What's a Halle? Halle, a person. Eden says we're too old as. It's true. Kids these days don't know what they lost. They don't know what they missed by not watching Catwoman by Halle Berry. That basketball scene is the GOAT. All right. So dissolve effect works. I don't remember what the other one was that people were suggesting. What was it? Do you remember? Because somebody said if it is Blotcher, it definitely needs. I don't remember what that was. Okay, what effect do we need now? We need 10 shaders, so we gotta think about this. Hold on. Should we have this as a background? The foil effect? Yeah. I don't know what the foil effect actually looks like on Blotro. I know they have like the hollow foil. Oh yes, there it is. We got, but is it based on a texture? It's like a shiny that's baked onto a texture, right? Oh, this is cool. Does that move with the light? Ooh, negative? Negative is easy. We can do negative. The color being the shiny... What was this one called? Negative is easy. This is like a light slash color effect. I think we can make the foil effect so that the lighting, the color effect stays stagnant, and then the warp of the card moves around to make it look like it's a light effect, maybe? Q says Godot Shaders has the Halo. Halo? Halo? Halo one? This one? Okay. Let's take a look, shall we? Is it called Halo? Hold on. Foil. We'll take a look. Oh, Bellatra foil card effect. Oh, what is this? There's several of them. Pretty sick. Not good though. Not the kind. Artistically, not mine. Is this legit though? I mean, it's a little different. Foil card effect ported to Godot 4.4 might not be perfect. Best effects achieved by adding a Sprite 2D or color rect node as a child of the card and applying the shader to the child. I see. This was meant to go over the card itself instead of manipulating the card of the color of the texture. So it's like an extra layer. Let's take a look though. I want to see it in practice because I don't have Bellatra to open right now. Foil. Ah, don't look at my suggested videos. No, just kidding. It's okay. Hold on. It seems like this one is pretty cool. I feel like this does work, huh? This one, foil effect, is a little different. I think negative is pretty easy. That's just subtraction. All right. Let's do these then. We'll get on top of it right now. So, color manipulation. Color manipulation should it be a screen effect? Or like, should it be a blend? I think the blending might. Oh, I don't think it needs to. Okay. All right, we'll make a shader here. So first of all, burn is a dissolve. That's an animation effect. The fragment goes from the perspective. This is the perspective first. We got the perspective texture. And we want to go into color manipulation instead of a space manipulation. And that, I think, first of all, let's do negative just to see that we can do it. The negative is post-process, which will equal to, we take the perspective texture, right? And for negative, which we will enable negative, which will be this. By default, I don't know what the default value is. I guess it could be false here. Then we can turn this on. And so we say if negative the post process will equal to, basically we're subtracting the value from 1, right? Isn't that true? So post process RGB will equal to vec 3111 minus post process RGB. I think. Is that true? Grayson says, are you trying to make Blotcher shaders? Yes, I am. Hopefully, this is a follow-up to our deck builder tutorial. I've been saying that we want to make a 10 shader for card games that everybody can use. Not only do I want to release this, but also want to explain how this works. That'll be a fun series, I think. Okay, let's see. Yay! Negative works. Pretty sick. And then I want to use it in combination to see what that looks like. Negative dissolve. Perfect. Negative resolve. Nice. Follow mouse. Floating mode. Great. Grayson says, that's awesome. Thank you. It's fun. I'm having a lot of fun doing this. Okay. So next one is foil. Or the hollow, I guess. This one, yeah, I mean, because I see that some of the color, first of all, the color overlay gets applied where everything becomes a little bit, is it like a multiply effect, I think? And then the ring rings out with the little shine, which I guess I'll copy this over. I don't know about the speed. I almost feel like this, we'll see. We'll see. We'll make an adjustment as we need to. So it's saying that the effect is a multiplication of the texture that it results in. So let's see. So we'll have this effect, which is hollow. And then hollow gets the time, which I guess it doesn't know how to handle. So time value could be given to it. Like so. The offset, oh, maybe it's not that. It's the offset and the speed. I suppose. We'll create a uniform called hollow offset and then hollow speed. I have a feeling that I'm going to have to change this, but you know, it's okay. We'll manage. All right. So it does some stuff, some foil effect, blah, 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 and applies that to texture and its UV coordinate. Instead of doing that, I kind of want to provide the texture itself. Like so. UV, okay, UV is required. So we'll do that one. UV is Vec2, I think. Right? Okay. So over here, uniform, bold, hollow, which is false by default. Comes down here. Let's see. Material, shader. Oh, something's broken. Oh, it's the same name. Apply hollow. And then we can enable that. And over here in the fragment, we can say if apply, or if hollow, we can run apply hollow on the color, texture, post process, and then the UV is a little bit tricky. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work, but we'll see. We do that, and then we want to apply that to the post process times. So we're doing multiply on the effect. Okay. Kind of. I see. It's an additional color. The UV is including the entire texture. So I want this UV to be adjusted. Grayson says it looks like a record. Pretty cool. Yeah. Let me see what I can do here. I gotta think about this. It's kind of weird that it's transparent. So for example, if I put texture or color rect behind it, you can kind of see the thing in behind it, and I don't think we want that. What? Right? The alpha is being applied. That's a little better. So I'm not multiplying the alpha part. I'm just taking the full thing. Alternatively, what I can do is I can multiply these values by the, hold on, or not var, vec for hollow color, which will be the effect. And to the original RGB, we can add the amount additively, the RGB, by the ratio of the alpha. A little bit. Kind of. What if we just added? I think that's okay too. Okay. Doesn't seem like the offset itself does anything. I just wanted to check that the color behind it is hidden. And then hollow speed. I'm not sure what this offset actually does. It's not really doing much. Grayson says, I'm currently working on a mobile game for a Godot. Where would I be able to get these shaders or watch the tutorial on them? Well, first of all, this one specifically, I'm going to make a video. Probably it's going to be released in like 3 weeks or 4, depending on my speed. So that's where you can see it in this channel. Otherwise, if you really want to just look for it, go to GodotShader.com or GodotShaders.com. Here, I'll give you the link. And here you can just kind of search for things and you can copy and paste and start changing the code a little bit. Most of them you have to change it because they are like made for older versions sometimes. But yeah. Fyra says, I'm gonna head to bed. Good night, peeps. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Thanks, Fyra. Thanks for the raid once again. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Have a good sleep. Okay. So I want the hollow center to be the actual center. Right now it's doing this because this is the same place. So remember, I got the texture that's like backside and then the front side. And I'm using the left half right now. So if I flipped it right now, if I get the backside, which is active frame 1, yeah. You see how it's the circle starts from the center, where it would be the center. So what we really need to do is not use the UV of the texture. We need to use the UV of the resulting texture. That is, we have a column number already calculated, right? So this column number makes it so that how many pieces we're splitting the texture into. So the UV will be limited to, hold on, let me get the paint. This is for myself, by the way. This kind of explains it to whoever's paying attention, but this is mostly for me. So we got to do a UV remapping within the shader, right? Hold on, there you go. So we have a texture, and then this is the UV 0 to 1 here. And what we want to remap it is, we want to remap it to look like this, basically. So when we're handing the UV over, if we get, for example, 0.25, the calculation should look like 0.5 here. So 0.25 should be translated to 0.5 here, which means UV, the actual UV, is multiplied by column number. Right? Hold on. Fox says remap. I mean, conceptually it's a remap, but it's within the shader, so we can't just use remap. I don't think, unless there's a remap function within the shader, GLSL. Does GLSL have remap? Fox says it's my only contribution. It's the best contribution, and I'm sticking to it. Okay, so let me think about this real quick. So let's say this one. I want 0.75 to map to 0.5, for example. This is column number 2 or 1, doesn't matter. The math is, we gotta see what the oh yes. So we gotta do current UV divided by we got to divide it by the potential UV length, UV segment size, right? Well, at least for the X part, because the ratio is, the actual UV calculation should be ratio between this and this. It's the UV minus column number times UV divided by column count, right? Because UV divided by column count, well, 1 divided by column count, actually. 1 divided by column count will give me the UV ratio of a single texture. Yes? And we're gonna see where the starting point is by multiplying the column index. So if it's 0, it's at 0. If it's at 1, we're starting at this 1 over 2. And then that's the starting point. And we are subtracting the starting point from the current UV. And we're dividing that by the UV fractional size. And this one, this size, this width is 1 over column count. Yes. Yes? Yes. I think so. So a few things here before doing all this. We have a column index, which is active frame. So we want float. And we're just worried about the x-axis right now. So we're going to do 1 over column count, which is the texture UV width, is 1 over, what was it, column number or column count? I don't remember the parameter or variable name. It was UV over one of these values, which is not here. What the heck? Where is it? Num column. Yeah, num column. 1 over num column would be the float value for UV size or texture UV width. Yes. Invalid argument to operate one float int. Treat this as float then. Jeez. Okay. UV texture width. And we want to say active frame. Right, active frame times, okay. Float effective U will equal to UVX minus active frame times texture UV width. Divided all of that by the ratio, which is the texture UV width. That's effective U, which is vec2 of effective U and UVU, or V. I think. Multiplication doesn't like saying that active frame is integer, so it doesn't like doing that. We'll treat it as float then. Who cares? What else? Invalid member for vec2 expression uv.v. Oh, it's y. Did I do it? Hello, everyone? That looks like it's doing it. A little tight. I might need to reduce the opacity of this, but let me see. Boom. Okay, back side works. Front side works. That's pretty cool. Fox says, doing the actual math is good, though. Helps me understand what's actually going on. That's good. I mean, that's the goal. It helps me understand what's going on. I mean, mostly I'm trying to help myself. Okay. The multiplication of the RGB, the multiply, is a little strong. So I think I want to reduce it by the fraction here. Okay, it makes the dark darker. How do we do screen? Screen. I mean, I guess it's like depending on the blending mode. Maybe it's okay. Oh, that looks crazy. Negative hollow looks crazy. Not really. I'm not sure what this does. This offset thing. Anyways. Okay. Pretty cool. Might have to change the intensity of the dark part. I'm trying to see what I can do. Because RGB itself is this, which manipulates the original color. I just want to reduce the amount. The dark part needs to be less dark. It's too dark, I think. The light's light. The darkest part needs to be brighter. So I'm going to go to the hollow color effect. Over here where I'm deciding the RGB. These are fractals. These are the deltas. I want to know the base color. This is the foil UV. Delta. Delta is used at RGB calculation. Takes the original R, G, and B. Increases the R and the G by the delta. And max FAX. There's a little too much math going on here. Okay. We need to... This is the foil part of it. Let me see if I can... If I reduce this, if it makes it any better. Huh. It just darkens it by a lot. Is that true? Is that what happens? This becomes more purpley. Maybe. I guess. I think the light needs to overwrite the original color though. Let's see. The foil. I want to see if it's the effect of the multiply. This is the negative. Hollow effect gets applied on top of it as the RGB multiplier. It's just that you can't see the hollow and the dark part. Maybe that's okay. A little too dark though. I guess the negative they made it so that it's not completely black. So we'll have the negative be a little bit smoother. Oh, we'll reduce the dynamic range. Right? The darkest isn't darkest. I guess that's okay. Whatever. I think it'll be okay. I feel like there needs to be a little fog going on here. Let's put a little fog. Fog. It's also noise-based generation, so just fog overlay that moves the noise around a little bit. I want to manipulate the thing by a little bit. Camera fog overlay. Smoke. This is based on fog, based on camera. Maybe we'll do that later. We'll figure it out later. Okay. So this foil has like a foil pattern. I wonder if this is based on a texture. Let's see. Balatro foil cards animation. No, that's not. This is foil, not a hollow. I gotta look at all the things now. Multi wild glass stone lucky. This is foil. This is hollow. I misnamed it then. So we'll call this foil for now. Foil color. Apply foil. And foil color goes like that. This one's called foil. Speed. Foil speed. Foil offset. Gonna change some names here. Okay. So we got the foil. Polychrome. I wish it will show me the animation for it. It seems like the negative also has a little bit of like fog slash shine to it. I gotta make sure that happens. Polychrome effect. It's definitely manipulating the original color by some value. Mine says Balatra sounds like belief in Baal in Swedish. Hey, I mean it might be relevant. Spectral is pretty cool. I wish it can show me the animation for these things. I really think the hollow animation is based on texture. Unless, I don't know. Let's take a look. Shader. Let's see if they have holographic. Oh, that's pretty cool, though. That's 3D, isn't it? I don't know what the polychrome effect is based on. It's definitely some sort of color manipulation. And then over time noise impact. I just don't know what the color that's being applied is. I feel like it's definitely shifting the hues around like that. Yeah, I'm not really sure, but we can come back to it. We've been streaming for a while, so I think it's a pretty good place to be. We got resolve, dissolve. We got the mouse follow. Oh yeah, that's right. We got to do the toggles. Mine says, oh, time to sleep. 2:48. Wow. Going to the office tomorrow. Jeez. Time to commit to both sleep and code. Oh, yes. Good night. Thanks for being here, Mind. I'll see you around. All right, you know what? I'm going to call it for now. We have another day to slay, so we're okay. We're okay. Thanks again, everyone, for being here, all the raiders. Alex says, hello there. It's fun to have you in both of my screens while editing the Berry folks. Nice. Appreciate that. Jacob says, thanks for the stream. Yeah, no problem. Thanks to everyone for watching. It was fun. Once again, I stream Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I am sometimes finicky about the actual time that I stream. So do follow me on Discord. Or follow me. Join our channel in Discord, and I make announcements saying I'll be online at what time. This is important, by the way. If you do decide to join our Discord, make sure you go to the rules, click the check mark in order to get the access. Before that, do the I don't know, the onboarding stuff to check mark all the things that are relevant to you, because depending on what you're checking on, you get different notification. Cubus says polychromatic seems to be just Perlin noise color ramped to rainbow and masked to non-white pixels or multiplied onto the texture. Yeah, but they also do the color ramping relatively to the original color, it seems. Because it's not just like applying that color everywhere where the color is color ramping starting from the color vector of the spot. And then the noise that shifts over. So I do agree with you. I think that's a good point. I guess we'll go to Jitspo because that's the only one that we're following currently that's online. Cubus says that's what the multiply would do. Multiply on the rainbow? Okay. All right, we'll do that. Jitspo has been live for 6 minutes, so probably a good place to go. Subtract, add, I think multiply is probably right. Either multiply or screen. Screen or overlay. Because both the dark and the light needs to apply for it. Anyways. All right, everyone. Thanks for watching once again. I'll see you next time. Hopefully I'll make this video quick. Oh, somebody else is raiding while I'm going there. CS Strachne says, man, I've jumped through 5 raids. No, I'm sorry. It happens. This is the hour. This is the hour of the raid. At least, the good news is that Jitspo just started streaming. So it won't be another raid. You've been on for 8 hours? Okay, well, then you can't complain. I feel like you're kind of signing up for it. But it's okay. You like it, right? You like all the streamers. All right, everyone. Thanks once again. Don't forget to follow. See ya. And as soon as that raid goes through, I'll get off to YouTube as well. Hey, there it is.